Good morning, colleagues.
Morning,
And
Mr. Paulson.
how are
Yes,
you?
sir. You right? How are you doing?
Very, very well.
Excellent. I see that you were busy with exams last week, ne?
Ich, man, old brains are.
It needs preparation and all of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
difficult to rewire.
That's fine, Mr. Paulson.
Sure,
You're
sure.
back.
I'm
Oh,
back.
sure. Hello, Abra. Yes, it's Rico Kotse, Pension Electricity and Energy. Listen, no, I saw you are on the platform here now. And this a couple of years ago or last year or something, you sent me a WhatsApp and I saved your number. And from your status, I saw that some of your photos, Cheryl and yeah, in North Pine. Did you
Rico,
look?
mute it.
Hangko aan Abra, hangko aan. Ja,
Good morning, Ari. Rico.
I'm listening.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. We are here. We are
Oh, Carmichael.
here
Yeah,
with the. Yeah.
with the minister.
Okay.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you,
Carmichael.
Ari. Welcome, Minister. Floyd de Kubipa.
It's not your business. I'm not welcome. I'm quiet. I like it.
Good morning, honorable members and our guests and presenters and also our officials.
Morning, Chair.
Can we start our meeting?
We can proceed, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Secretary, and also wish to acknowledge the presence of our guests and also our presenters, and also want to acknowledge the presence of our honorable members and our officials. Especially on this month of the Youth Month, as we understand and know that our youth is really in problem. We must make sure that we look after our youth, and we know the slogan is saying, my child is your child. So we mustn't let them go and just allow them to do things that are really unacceptable. We have now discovered that even the boy child is vulnerable. And this thing of the children trafficking is common now. And even them, they are being raped. So this frustrates us as people that are elected by communities. We have to make means and make sure that we make awareness and try to set up maybe street committees or people that are looking after our neighbors. And I'm not going to do long speeches today. It is enough to say it was just to remind you this is the Youth Month. We have also to respect our youth, because most of the youth is imitating all our behaviors and our doings. So we must be very careful. I know for a fact who's having youth here at home, they just imitate things that they think they are right. I am welcoming all and everybody in the meeting and hope that they will deliver all what they want us to be aware of. And I hope the meeting is going to go swiftly and smoothly, but I know for a fact that it's not going to be a very short meeting like we used to finish at about 1, but maybe today will overlap or maybe go up until 1:30 if it goes to that push, but we'll try not to leave the stone unturned. You are all welcome. Can you, Chairperson, flight the agenda? The meeting is officially opened. Can you tell us what's going to happen today?
Thank you, Chair. So today we are receiving a briefing by the Central Energy Fund, the South African Oil and Gas Association, SAOGA, SASOL, and Business Unity South Africa with the IGU SA on the gas industry and gas exploitation in the country, Chair, with a focus on addressing the gas cliff. So those, and then the consideration and adoption of last week's minutes, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Can we then get into the next item, which is apologies, so as to also be able to adopt our agenda as proposed?
Thank you, Chair. We've received the following apologies. An apology from Honorable Kwankwa, who is attending the finance committees. Just to indicate as well, Chair, he indicated that he will be attending very few meetings of the committee as he's sitting in the finance committees, Standing Committee on Finance and Standing Committee on Appropriations. So they're busy with the budgetary processes, Chair. And then we've also received an apology from the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, who's attending cabinet meetings, Chair. Those are the apologies received, Chair. And I've also seen that the Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Minister Mantashe, is on the platform, Chair, including the DG of the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, as well as the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Chair. Thank you, Chair. They are all on the
Thank you.
platform, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Secretary. Let me also acknowledge them, the ministers, the chairs, and also all of those members that have managed to join the meeting. And we really appreciate their presence because this thing is interlinked with us. So there's no way that we can deal with some of other issues. We rather rely on them to assist us on it. You are welcome, Minister, and also the chairperson. Thank you very much for that. Can we then go to the adoption of the agenda, honorable members?
Honorable Mbata, Chair,
Honorable Mbata,
I would like to propose the adoption of the agenda.
thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Any second, Honorable Ngosi?
Honorable Ntabeleng, I have moved to adopt.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nchabeleng. But what we have forgotten is to accept the apologies that has been brought forward. Can we also include that by saying we also accept the apologies as they have been tabled?
I will propose the acceptance of the apologies, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbata has accepted the apologies and also adopt the agenda as tabled. And then, Honorable Nchabeleng?
I accept the apologies and adopt the agenda as tabled.
Thank you very much. It has been adopted and seconded. Can we then proceed to the next item? The next item, I think it's it's the briefing by the CEF. Can we go straight to the delegation of the CEF? Or before that, maybe they are still stuck because there's our minister here in the platform. Maybe if the minister has got something to just brief us on it, or in terms of the political input, he is free to do that.
Recording in progress.
Over to you,
No,
Minister.
No, I'm not going to make any statement, except
Okay.
that we're complaining that we're called to a portfolio committee on a Wednesday, which is a cabinet day. In our portfolio committee, we had a discussion where we said, let's respect a Wednesday, then we give you all the days. And now we're invited by another committee on a Wednesday. We're here. But I also noticed that the minister of the relevant committee is not here. Now, that is an issue for me, because the host minister would be here, because there is cabinet committees today. We had to split with my TM. TM, go to the cabinet committee, let's go to hear this thing. But the minister relevant is not here. But fine, good as well as that is. And then SAF will make the presentation. But I don't see any subcommittee of electricity and energy making any presentation on the matter. But it's okay, fine.
Oh, thank you very much, Minister. We've taken note of that. We've been also concerned about it, and we had really a concern because our minister has to jump here and leave the meeting on halfway and also join the cabinet, etc. But we are not sure because the programming told us that this is the slot that were given on Wednesdays. As a result, we sometimes overlap and get into having meetings on Fridays, preferable, so as to avoid this thing of not there. But our members are also part and parcel of your committee, Honorable Minister, in terms of on Tuesdays, they attend your committee and also they have to split themselves because you will see the duplication of, and because of our numbers, we know that we are in short, but we'll raise it and we'll keep on raising it. What should we do really? Because after this meeting, it's going to be the sitting. There's no way that you can have it afternoon. It's a sitting. Otherwise, we've taken note, and the secretary also is taking note. We've been concerned throughout the program. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Then can we go straight to get to the briefing by CEF?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I trust that I am visible on this screen. As this is the first time that I am presenting, I just want to show my face to the committee. So again, let me start off by greeting the Chair of the Electricity and Energy Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mvana. I would also like to greet the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Mr. Mahlaule, our Honorable Minister, Minister Gwede Mantashe, the DG of the DMPR, the DDGs, senior officials from our ministry, the chairs on call and the CEOs from the SAF group of companies, as well as the executives that are currently on call, colleagues from the industry, stakeholders and strategic partners that are in the meeting today, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and all protocol observed. Just to introduce myself, I am Ayanda Noah and I'm the chairman of the SAF group of companies. With me is Team SAF that is represented by Ms. Figlen, who is the chair of the legacy entities, that is iGas, Petro SA and SFF. We also have Dr. Mukoka on call, who is our group CEO at SAF. Ms. Magadla, who is the acting legacy CEO. Acting group's COO, Mr. Msabala, is also on call. And we also have our other colleagues who are present here today. We are really pleased about having this opportunity to present to you today, which is really a very important engagement as we understand the critical challenges that South Africa faces economically, socially, and also in terms of energy security. I must say that it is really not exaggeration when we say that our discussion today and the guidance that we're going to be receiving and also the interventions that we are going to be sharing with you today are very vital to shaping South Africa's trajectory for the years to come. If we really just take a step back and think about where our economy is at this point, and it would be remiss of me if I don't amplify the complex and persistent challenges that we have in South Africa. Look at the low growth that we currently have. I mean, look at the Q1 data that shows that our GDP has only grown by 0.1% in Q1. We also have high levels of structural unemployment. The inequality gap is still a sore point, as well as the rising sovereign debt. And when you look at all of these, it really shows that the strain in public finances is severe. And of course, it does place a lot of increasing demands on the institutions, especially the state-owned companies, who have to deliver more with fewer resources. And so, of course, we have to do more with what we have. Yet, in the context, the SOEs remain indispensable to the National Development Project because they are very crucial to supporting government in delivering on many interventions that are there in order to address all of these challenges that I have mentioned. However, to fulfill this mandate, these state-owned companies have to overcome their own internal vulnerabilities. For example, the issues of weak governance come to the fore, financial instability to legacy issues, as well as some misalignment in some cases. And therefore, it is imperative that we reposition and strengthen these key institutions so that they're able to be those instruments in South Africa in order to foster the economic renewal and structural transformation. Now, coming to this approaching gas cliff, I think amongst the most pressing strategic challenges facing our country today is energy security, and more specifically, this looming gas cliff that we are going to be talking about today. As many of you are acutely aware, South Africa's current supply of natural gas, which really comes from Mozambique, Pande and Temane fields, it is approaching its end, and we're looking at 2028 for that, and that is only 3 years away. And therefore, it really presents a major challenge when it comes to our energy supply chain, our industrial output, and as well as the broader economic competitiveness. The importance of natural gas in our energy mix cannot be overstated because it is a key enabler of industrial production. It does provide vital feedstock for chemicals and manufacturing. It supports job creations, and of course, it does underpin the efforts towards a just energy transition. Without energy, it is clear that we need to ensure that there are coordinated and urgent interventions that will stop this disruption of gas supply, as it could seriously undermine the government's goals of accelerating economic recovery, reducing unemployment, and also repositioning South Africa as a competitive investment destination. And so when you look at the role of Central Energy Fund as a group, we are a Schedule 2 entity. We are designated to implementing the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources agenda, and we really have a very, very critical role to play in this regard. As custodians of South Africa's strategic energy assets and programs, this group is tasked with ensuring the country's energy security, ensuring that we have a diverse energy mix, and also unlocking new investments in critical infrastructure. And therefore, in line with our Scaling Up for Growth strategy, the group is currently pursuing a number of targeted initiatives across the value chain. And some of those really include some strategic acquisitions that are focused on the gas supplies. We are looking at infrastructure investment to expand and modernize our energy transmission and distribution capacity. We are also exploring private and public partnerships in order to accelerate our project delivery, as well as ensuring that we have engagements regionally and also with international partners in order to promote this energy cooperation. Specifically, when we look at Mozambique, we are deepening our engagements with our counterparts. We are leveraging government-to-government platforms in order to explore collaborative solutions to this gas supply challenge. And of course, these engagements are not only about addressing the short-term supply risks, but also about co-creating sustainable long-term solutions for the region. Chair of the committee, what we face today is really not just a simple energy supply issue, but it is a national strategic imperative that really touches every corner of the economy and every facet of our developmental agenda. It is a challenge that calls for coordinated action. We have to have strategic foresight, and above all, we need partnerships in order to resolve this gas cliff challenge that we have today. And therefore, today we offer that we should have a collective reflection and strategic alignment in terms of what we are going to be doing and all the initiatives that we have in our basket. It is a moment for us to assess our current position and to also identify further interventions that will yield maximum impact and mobilize the resources and also ensure that we move forward decisively. As I've already said, 2028 is 3 years away from here. I think it is at this point, I just want to conclude really by saying that in the spirit of collaboration and urgency and shared purpose, I really welcome this discussion today and having this opportunity to come to this committee and address you on what we are doing about this. And I would like to hand over to our acting group CEO, Dr. Mukoka, and his team, who are going to provide the committee with a very comprehensive presentation with particular emphasis on the group's critical gas-related interventions. I think those will be of big interest to the committee, and I do look forward to having a very robust discussion as well as valuable insights from the committee. With that, I thank you, and I hand over then to Dr. Mukoka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ayanda. Dr. Mukoka, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies. Good morning to you, Chair, the members. Good morning to the Honorable Minister of Mineral Resources and Petroleum, and Tate Mantashe, colleagues on the line. Chair, I think our group chair has indicated what the thrust of the presentation is going to be. Mr. Msabala is going to swiftly take us through the presentation that is going to give us a view of the upstream opportunities that are in South Africa from a gas standpoint and how we're balancing these opportunities with responding also to the gas cliff. We'll also get a detailed understanding of the infrastructure that we have, that is ROMCO, that currently has a capacity to transport 200 petajoules of gas, and the readiness really in relation to increasing that capacity to 400 petajoules, Chair. And I think what will also become clear in the presentation is that over and above the interventions that we've been engaged with the Mozambican counterparts, we also have developed a fully permitted gas to power 850 megawatts plus gas to power project that is in a position to anchor that Matola development. Actually, it's very, very important that that FID, that final investment decision, takes place as soon as possible. Chair, we've been working with ENH, with SASOL and different players, and some of the players that we've had engagements with are also going to be making presentation as we understand the agenda. Also, Chair, assigned heads of terms with the Mozambicans to ensure that we can exploit some of the domestic gas that is in Mozambique, but also in a manner that also will cushion the pricing impact that comes also with unlocking this gas cliff. I think with that, Mr. Msabala, I'm going to hand over to you and to swiftly take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity, Chair. Let me greet you and your members, and also greet the Honorable Minister Mantashe, the DG, the rest of the colleagues on the call and senior executives. Chair, in the interest of time, I'm going to move swiftly just to touch on the key points that we want to share today. This just to give you an overview of SAF. I think we're quite familiar with some of the key progressive SOEs that sit under the SAF group, being our shareholder, being DMPR. Chair, our mission and vision is very clear in terms of security of supply and, of course, some of the key values that drive some of the work that we do. Chair, in terms of our business case, of course, we focus on ensuring job creation, ensuring that we deal with cost of living within the energy space, and also conduct our business in a manner that is ethical and create a state that is capable to deliver on key imperative for the state. Chair, just to share with you on the energy space at what drives us, I think I've mentioned the issue around employment, supporting environment in terms of the policies that enable us to deliver. And I think the topic of today being the cliff and also how we're actually enabling and closing the gap to ensure that the business of gas continues through the infrastructure that the country has. Some of the key legislation, Chair, that might be of interest to the members. And of course, this act, especially the SAF Act, enable us to ensure that we develop a system that works, that is anchored by regulations, and that make sure that the customers or the beneficiary at the end, which our people, get the benefits of the cost of energy. To deal with the issues, Chair, with regard to the gas itself, I think the slide, Chair, high level gives you the opportunity that sit in front of us, not just for South Africa, but the continent at large, Chair. If you look at some of the big numbers that we have from 4.6 TCF sitting within the SADC region, you look at the Rovuma gas, 170 TCF, Chair. What it tells you is that we are sitting with the resources or the reserves in some cases that are supposed to be enabled to drive the economic development and to drive our energy narrative in the country. What is critical, Chair, just for members to have an appreciation, PetroSA from inception until its reserve got depleted, they've been operating just around 1.2 TCF. That just gives you the understanding of how critical for us to move with speed in ensuring that these offshore and onshore producing field and some of the field that we're looking at get to be explored and get to be used. Chair, the gas to power program is one that's going to anchor our business going forward on the gas side. This slide just gives you the perspective in terms of the ability to use the opportunities presented by gas to drive a baseload case where we are able to use the infrastructure, especially the one that refers to ROMCO, because there are a number of coal power stations that sit along that line that have a potential to be converted at the pace and the scale, of course, when we want to do that. So it presents us with that opportunity and also presents us with the opportunity to localize of production, meaning to say the beneficiation discussions start to be stronger because the resources are going to be within us. I think the opportunity in Mozambique and what we've seen with ROMCO and some of our domestic opportunities continues to present us with that question to say, how much are we doing to ensure that we exploit those to create the business? Chairperson, forecasted in terms of GDPs is key for the country. And of course, we know that we've been in a very modest increase in terms of the outlook, but we remain very focused, Chair. We remain very confident that for us to extract these resources, we'll start to see an upward look on the GDP. So that gives the comfort that we do have the tools and the resources that we need to use to get our economy running. Chair, just to give the members, Chair, the history of the Pandit Temane field, which is currently the one in production. And of course, it's the one that becomes very key because if you look at what has transpired, it's reaching its own decline. Hence, the issue around the cliff comes up. But as you can see, Chair, in terms of industrial, commercial, and domestic use, it continues to be a critical field for us. And we need to make sure that the infrastructure that we have put to get the gas through remains intact. And you'll see later on when I deal with its readiness. Chairperson, some of the key areas that we have been looking at to ensure that we support the program of gas as we deal with the cliff is just some few issues that I'm sure other members will also deal with. Around the issue of Matole LNG, the CE has also indicated SAF as a project that is fully licensed, that's seated at Kumati Port. It's a gas to power, 850 megawatts, fully permitted, just dealing with matters of gas and also dealing with matters of the PPA. But what it means, Chair, is that for us to be able to reach a FID in some of the projects that will continuously give us gas, we need to have a credible offtake, and those credible offtake, of course, come in different form. And the one that we're referring to here is, of course, the gas to power. But also over and above that, we know that SASOL does take a view in terms of the gas usage, as well as the industrial gas users that needs to be serviced. So again, Chair, we have all the required call it ingredient on the table. What we basically doing now is to finalize the key alignment on stakeholder engagement to ensure that we have an integrated approach that talks to Richards Bay as well as talk to the side of Mozambique. Chair, I've mentioned around the issue of coal decommissioning. And again, Chair, what is critical here is that we need to do these exercises and this decommissioning at the pace and, of course, at the time that we're not making any distraction on the economy, to ensure that we actually put the capex that's required. We don't expose the state fiscal unnecessarily, but utilizing the processes that is provided by gas and the opportunity that's provided by gas. So gas to power, Chair, remains critical for us to ensure that we have the grid stability as we include some of the renewables in place. But we are very firm, Chair, even on the baseload case, that will still remain so that we keep the jobs that need to be kept, but we just match what the coal industry has done to us. Chair, three takeaways from this slide, I think, just to re-emphasize the point of the demand, which is anchored by the gas to power, but of course, the inland industrial demand. But of course, Chair, what this gas program does, it gives us the chance to structurally look at changing the pattern that we find post 1994. And I think this is an opportunity where we reflect as a team in South Africa to say, how do we use the gas opportunities in South Africa within our borders to make sure that we create a new narrative structurally and economically. Just to touch, Chair, on the issues around the consumption, to share with the members the volumes that have been produced and also what we have been forecasting. Some future volume, Chair, that are, of course, going to be committed, and mostly we've seen a lot of LNG coming out of Mozambique for international markets. But of course, we are saying from an integration SADC region, those discussions are being enhanced to ensure that we get the product coming through and benefiting both the countries. Key sectors, Chair, that have been using gas and also projecting to the new, call it a new environment. Petrochemical will remain one of the key users, and also mining, and also key anchor on that 450 petajoules will be then derived from the gas to power. And of course, some of these key numbers, Chair, are what is reflected in our gas plan as we continuously to update it. Infrastructure requirement, Chair, as we deal with this, become one of the key components. Currently, ROMCO is the key one that allows us to get gas into the country. We are working on a number of other key port infrastructure. And these are the discussion, Chair, that we've been having with international gas users, because you cannot have that discussion if you don't have the infrastructure to bring gas into your own territory. So ROMCO remains firm on that, and that's why we've done some studies that I'll also highlight. Chair, regional benefits, both from market development, but also regional value generation to harmonize some of the key regulatory framework so that we're in a position to actually have a gas price, have a gas environment that basically assists us to ensure that our tariffs at the end becomes attractive. Chair, very important slide, Chair, for gas in South Africa. Our offshore reserves fields, Chair, are very much fully subscribed. And this shows, Chair, that we have a very vibrant sector that can be able to change some of our fortune in the energy space. We are very much working with some of the key partners to ensure that some of what we call market failures are getting to be addressed. You look at around the Saldanha coastline, and you can see some of the top international companies that continues to explore. You look at the Mossel Bay side and the Richards Bay. But what is important here, Chair, is our ability and the capacity to close this contract, to close this engagement and close this partnership. And that's what has been driving us, Chair. Difficult discussions around pricing, difficult discussion around infrastructure, but we resolve, Chair, to continuously ensure that we actually reach a position where both, even our onshore development from a perspective of gas exploration get to be dealt with. Chairperson, I've highlighted some of the key projects and the opportunities that they present. I think in the interest of time, Chair, just to highlight to you that one of the issues we had around the risk mitigation program initially was around closing that program, Chair. We know the challenges that came about, but we learn lessons from there. We take it on, and we want to ensure that the bid window one, for example, closes with its current challenges that have been reflected. And our belief, Chair, is that part of the project that we've put in place will actually be able to deal with issues around load factor, issues around the infrastructure. Chair, just in detail, just to share with the members, which you look at it from a perspective of some of the supply dynamics, infrastructure, and the demand dynamics. What is key here, Chair, is just to get to understand the infrastructure that presents itself from Mozambique into South Africa, down to Richards Bay in KZN, and also offering opportunities for the industrial gas users. There are certain key decisions that we are working on that needs to be made, and some of them are required to be made yesterday. The decision that will allow us to ensure that the cliff is closed. In Mossel Bay, Chair, as our short, medium to long term, we have a GTL refinery that is being worked on to ensure that the gas loop still is able to take some of the gas that comes from our offshore field. And this is the work, Chair, that we continue to focus on. Focusing also on the block 11B, 12B, and these are blocks, Chair, these are blocks that are live. They require FID that needs to be taken, and some of that FID position revolve around the issues of pricing of the gas and also just the sharing of the risk. Chairperson, on the GTL, I will not spend much time here, just to give you some of the usage and what it means for LNG. We know, Chair, when we start talking LNG, we're talking about a product that is commodity-driven, product that is market, it fluctuates in pricing. And when we ask questions to say, how do we use this product for gas to power, it's all about ensuring that we have a firm hand on the price. And some of this discussion is what has been driving us. Chair, unlocking and de-risking some of the gas to power, which is a primary case, because it then attracts better market, better manufacturing capacity and beneficiation for the country. Utilizing some of our infrastructure like the refineries to support local operations, and also making sure that the cheaper gas for some of the activities that we want to do get to be dealt with. Again, on the Saldanha side, Chair, I won't spend a lot of time here. It's a similar case study that we've done. We've modeled Saldanha up to Welfare Bay to say what it means for future LNG and future operation of our own infrastructure. It continues, Chair, looking at the production cost and referencing that to some of the work that the Namibian have done in terms of the resource and tax avenues that exist. And I think the summary part here, Chair, is that if we move at speed, which we're currently getting at, to actually exploit and get this production up and running, we'll then be changing the full face of our energy sector. Key issues, Chair, I would run very quickly on this one so that the members can get the benefit. Just to focus on infrastructure for ROMCO. So the CLIF, Chair, currently focuses on the ROMCO as the infrastructure, and of course down the Lily pipeline for where the customers are. This part just to demonstrate that we have ticked the portion that looks at the readiness of ROMCO, whether it's about taking LNG or continuously with domestic gas. So we have done a couple studies here looking at ensuring that how do we ensure that ROMCO continues to be a platform that closes the cliff based on the technical readiness of it, but obviously ensuring that the gas that needs to be pumped through it is the one from a spec perspective, the quality is correct. This is just to highlight some of the key studies, just to give the members some of the work that has been dealt with. Chair, I want to go to the slide that deals with some of the work that we have dealt with, especially with the LNG gas suppliers, just to touch on what it means for South Africa, what it means for the gas to power, and also on the pricing side, how do we then want to deal with those? The demand, Chair, for gas to power, I think the RFPs that are out in the market, the bid window one, and what we anticipate to also do in Kucha, and from a medium to long term, has been one that has been occupying SAF and its partners. And our view here, Chair, is that we have put strategic partners, we've put technical, commercial, legal, socio-economic specialists to ensure that some of this work closes. We await the final notice from bid window one so that we are able to submit and actually deal with the issue of construction. Chair, volume that have been shipped through ROMCO, just to show you some of the benefits we have enjoyed, the partnership between ourselves, SASOL and ENH. The wealth created for shareholders, it goes without saying, Chair, that as we take these aggressive decisions of taking care of our resources, we begin to also get the benefit, not just for SAF or for its subsidiaries and the shareholder, but for our people at large in terms of seeing those benefits. In terms of dividends and taxes to Mozambique, this is quite a key critical element, Chair, from an integration point of view and also value generation for both the countries. Chair, this is basically a very technical outlook of some of the work that deals with the tie-in, that deals with the looping of the line. I will not go in detail, Chair, on this, but we will take questions if required. But it just gives you the confidence on the work technically that the team have been doing, ensuring that the ROMCO pipeline is ready to and continuously to deliver on what they've been delivering in the past few years. I think I just want to go, Chair, to the one that deals with the RFI. This RFI, Chair, was done by a private market player. And what it proves here, Chair, is that as long as we don't reach FID, it's very difficult to guarantee on offtake. And when you don't guarantee of offtake, there's no infrastructure project that get to be that reach financial close. So we've been working closely to say, how do we firm up volume on this side of the fence from the South African side, so that some of the key investment from infrastructure get to be taken, anchored by that offtake. Chairperson, gas plans, I think this is critical, Chair, the gas aggregator role. We are maturing our gas markets in South Africa, and I think we keep on asking ourselves questions, what the best model to use. We as a SAF family, we have been sharing this idea with all key stakeholders to say, as long as we don't have a strong gas aggregator, we're going to find challenges in ensuring that our gas program works. And we have also demonstrated that. This is just to give you that view, Chair, that SAF is ready and always been ready, together with its sister company, to take the position of being a gas aggregator. The work we've done, Chair, just to aggregate some of the attractive numbers, and this comes out, Chair, when we share with some of the LNG suppliers globally to say our program, if it's done properly as we pursue, it actually become one of the attractive program in the world, in a phased manner that, of course, will not expose the country to any fiscal disruption. Give you some of the integrated schedule with regard to some Kucha LNG. The terminal operator agreement has been it's reached its financial close in terms of being signed off by the operator, the terminal operator, which is TNPA. We are awaiting the approval so that the partnership between SFF and the private partner, and of course within the SNPC family, can actually start constructing this terminal, which will anchor, Chair, us SAF as a gas aggregator, Eskom being the electron taker, the IPP office, of course, driving the building of the power station. We have been engaging in this discussion. We are fast-tracking this work to ensure that it happens within the speed of time. Chair, Saldanha and Richards Bay, we quite fully aware of the work in Saldanha. We have Section 79 that we are pursuing. We are finalizing the terminal operator agreement. We have all the key stakeholders that from a technical, legal, and also commercial are working on closing on the TOA. Richards Bay, Chair, we're fully aware of the work done by Eskom, the Transnet Vorpec terminal that has been signed off, and now the requirement for us to get the gas and get the work done, reaching FID, is required. Chair, SAF together with the PetroSA ENH have a JV that we have been anchoring. This JV, Chair, is one that makes sure that we start to talk government to government. It's the one that ensures that we allocate the gas that exists in Mozambique in a phase approach so that we are able to service our market decide. It's a trading license issued by NESA, allowing us to actually pursue this work in tandem. We have been engaging with Petronas, Chair. Petronas is one of the global supplier of gas. But again, Chair, as we engage on the heads of agreement, the KYC that we have completed with them, the same question comes in with all the key stakeholders, Chair. How ready from infrastructure to get the LNG imported into the country? What kind of pricing are we looking at? And what kind of arrangement from a long-term perspective get to be dealt with? Those are some of the key arrangement, the key question that we've been trying to deal with. Key risk, Chair. I think the first one, it goes without saying, Chair, the LNG pricing. As long as we get our pricing skewed, Chair, not aligned to our electricity tariff side, we will not have a very attractive gas to power program. Hence, our view, Chair, we've been working on cost plus contract engagement, taking an investment position in some of the field, whether it's outside or inside the country, so that we have an allocation and we're able to have better discussion on pricing. And this is one of the discussion that in Mossel Bay basically was centered on that total field. Readiness of gas and receiving infrastructure, I've dealt with that, Chair. The reliability of supply and the financial guarantee. As a state, Chair, we feel that the gas to power needs to be anchored from that angle. Very difficult for the private sector to take some of these key risks, but we have a view of triple P that we can work on so that we can then be in a position to address the cliff. We are very encouraged that the cliff has moved to 2028, but what will encourage us more, Chair, is us closing on some of the key engagement that we are busy with to ensure that the cliff does not become a reality. The gas trading, Chair, I've just mentioned just to anchor, to say that the discussion that are taking place even next week in Mozambique, it's meant to ensure that the domestic gas comes through. As the domestic gas get to be dealt with, we look at long-term position in terms of some of the LNG import and what it means, obviously, for the pricing, for the tariff, and also for our gas users. Chair, this is just a timeline in terms of how we have come, in terms of that ENH term sheet that we have had to deal with, and up to a point where some of our internal governance structures had to be dealt with. We are currently capacitating the JV from a working capital perspective to ensure that it starts to deliver from a government to government perspective. Chair, key project, just to deal with the last one. I've mentioned Kuka, Chair, in Eastern Cape. I've mentioned Kumati Port is Romco, very critical project for the country. The only one that is fully permitted, licensed to actually take a PPA. And our view is that we need to use this to ensure that we anchor whatever development from the gas side. Port of Saldanha, hard at work to ensure that COA gets to be signed. We also have a similar project as we start to mature the business of gas at the Kurini level. It's about 27 megawatts power station with a PPA that we are busy assisting some of the stakeholders on. Way forward in the closing, Chair, government become critical, Chair, to ensure that we have this discussion at the government to government level. The South African Inc. approach, the support that we've been getting from our shareholder continuously to be critical, engagement with critical partners like Transnet, TPL, ESCOM, IPP office, even privately become critical. Our view, Chair, that will be taken seriously in South Africa on the LNG import when we are ready to have infrastructure that is ready to take this. We've been doing some work with some of the around technical and commercial papers just to ensure that we have a better understanding. DBSA, IDC, some of the discussion just to ensure that the DFIs are ready to support us in running this program. The IPP office, Chair, becomes critical to ensure that we anchor the gas to power, but also ensuring that the pricing that we land on is a pricing that our gas users can actually deal with. Whether it comes from an LNG perspective, we know if it's domestic gas, we're then able to have a way of pricing it in a manner that benefits and continue to drive growth. Prioritize the partnership, Chair, and which will allow us to deal with the key project going forward. Chair, this is just to leave you with a slide that talks to short, medium, and long term. And our view, Chair, is that this engagement contributes to us ensuring that we have a better understanding on the cliff, we have a better integration in terms of sharing of key resources, SASOL coming on the table to ensure that we drive this cliff up until it does not exist. And our view, Chair, is that if those engagements continue to happen in good faith, for the benefit not just of a private partner, but for the benefit of the country, so that we can keep the job, we create more jobs, we drive the economy, and we believe that, Chair, we can solve this problem. But the opportunity, Chair, presented by gas is one that cannot be afforded to be missed to drive the economic growth that we want to see. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much. Thank you very much. Chairperson Ayanda, I am requested that presenters must switch on their videos because the meeting is live. And after that, they have shown their face, they can switch it off because of the network. But so far, so good. Yourself too, your video was off. Thank you very much. Let me give over to the next presenter.
The next one is SAOGA, Chair. Mr. Strydom, you've been given co-hosting rights.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Sorry, Mr. Strydom. Mr. Sabala, can you remove? Thank you.
I'm just looking at the share at the moment. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister Mantashe, Honourable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Members of Portfolio Committee, members from industry, everyone on the platform, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to present. I will be co-presenting with Mr. Craig Morkel, Chair of the SAOGA Gas Economy Leadership Team. I'm acutely aware, and I think I need to put my video also on. I am acutely aware of the strategic importance of the session this morning of the Portfolio Committee. Someone on our very lively gas economy leadership team at about midnight last night posted a profound text, and he said, context is almost everything. I cannot agree with him more. We are aware of the presentation from BUSA and that it will cover a sharp focus on the gas cliff. So our approach will therefore also focus on context from an oil and gas industry perspective. SAOGA is organized in interest groups, and Mr. Morkel is chair of the Gas Economy Leadership Team. He will do the practical part of the presentation. So allow me to briefly take you through what SAOGA does and more about SAOGA. So we exist for our members across the oil and gas value chain. We, over the past 21 years, have a proud history of being the collective voice for the industry, oil and gas industry. We engage government on behalf of industry. We also are proudly creating an industry networking platform with about 5,000 stakeholders. Events are organized such as seminars, webinars, conferences, fora. We organize industry trade missions in an outbound and inbound fashion. And then we also serve as a hub for communication, social media, interviews, and views raised in articles. We aggregate intelligence on oil and gas and the energy sector. Our member database is around 145 member companies. We are accredited as a joint action group by the DTIC, and we also focus on capacity building, proud history of skills capacity building in South Africa. So without taking too much time, I'm going to give over, before I hand over to Craig Morkel, just want to highlight a quote that we believe in at SAOGA from the Mail and Guardian, made by CDH. And they said, affordable energy for all Africans is a priority that can only be achieved through utilization of all available energy resources. And we certainly believe in that, that a balanced energy mix is required to help us achieve energy security in South Africa and Africa on the whole. So I'm going to ask Mr. Morkel to take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. The next presenter.
Yeah, my camera is on. This is Craig Morkel. Can you see me? Hello?
We
Can you see me?
We
We can see you, Craig.
Okay, understood. Thank you. May I go ahead to the next slide?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for inviting SAOGA again. It's a follow-on to our session to the new members of this committee last year, including members from the Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources. We really appreciate these engagements, Chair and members. We want to start today at the Upstream Petroleum Resources Development Act. We want to approach the gas cliff from the supply side and see what resources we have, resources and reserves we have available locally before we look at what we might need to import to address the gas cliff. And so the Upstream Petroleum Resources Development Act, it becomes a very important policy instrument to enable the ultimate self-supply, self-sufficiency as the ultimate end game. But obviously, these projects take time, and one will need to look at the solutions in the short and medium term that are most feasible. Several onshore and offshore domestic gas rights holders have already secured independent third-party verification of their resource and reserves. Those estimates are found in competent persons reports, and it assists investment decisions, including then reserve-based lending. Onshore gas exploration and production needs to be accelerated by inspiring investor confidence, Madam Chair, with an adequately stable and certain legislative environment. Oil and gas exploration in South Africa must incentivize, especially deep water exploration, that only really the major oil and gas companies can afford. But we need to consider how best then to include state and local participation, including BE participation by players with a solid track record in the industry. Next slide, please. To continue on the UPRDA, the final UPRDA had not included any comments, Madam Chair, from industry. Industry was invited to comment, submitted comments, but none of those comments were absorbed, assimilated, applied in the final act. We participated in all of the sessions around the bill, including the departmental sessions, and therefore we do not believe that the present UPRDA is effective to promote bankability, because it ignores the very issues raised by investors and other industry players. I'll let that sink in for a while. Well, our policy positions, including legislation and its subordinate regulations, must be followed up with clear master planning, including the gas master plan. The procurement processes, including first come, first serve, versus the auction process. The UPRDA, that is the Act and its regulations, must be reviewed to reflect the expert industry inputs that were already submitted in the public comments on the UPR bill. And SAOGA would gladly assist in that process. Next slide, please. One of the examples of a serious challenge facing the oil and gas industry is that every single project, upstream, midstream, and downstream, has been targeted for what is effectively lawfare by environmental lobby groups and others, who invariably do not distinguish between urgent in situ kind of environmental risks from the more cumulative long-term national environmental risks. We certainly want to work with these environmental lobby groups in a proactive manner so that we can avoid the kind of, call it fundamentalism, extremism, that has plagued our industry thus far. And we believe that there's nothing to hide, and that the environmental organizations should in fact be invited to visit project sites, to monitor and oversee whatever is within the safe operations of such facilities. But certainly the legislation makes it way too easy for a work stoppage to be issued by someone simply sending an email to object. Section 43 of NEMA is the offending piece of legislation and clause that needs to be reviewed. It needs to be done urgently. It is undermining investor confidence. Every time there is a project that is brought to a halt, it is then undermined, because investors then ask, is it worth it investing in South Africa with all of these kinds of shenanigans? Or should we rather go to Namibia, where things are going pretty well right now? So we need to get rid of red tape, and that red tape must be dealt with, in particular, the applications for upstream rights, the exploration rights, the production rights, even the conversion from old order to new order rights, from the MPRDA to the UPRDA. And the age of these applications must be monitored by Parliament. Really, there is a backlog for ERs and PRs, and Parliament has every right to ask why there is a lag in all of these applications that may be presented to Parliament in a report. We must learn from other successful developing economies who have recently shown how we can do it successfully. In particular, Guyana, Namibia, and let's not forget other jurisdictions like Mozambique that have been at it for a while as well. Next slide, please. So, as a case study on Guyana, I mean, after discovering their oil and gas and making sure that they have an investor-friendly environment that also takes into account the needs of the people of Guyana, they were then able to attract the investment with the appropriate regulatory and fiscal packages. That has attracted significant investment that has resulted in 2022 in Guyana's GDP growing by 62.3%. Imagine that. We are hovering here with GDP growth of 0 point something something, that we are fighting about that and some way of collecting more taxes, and we can earn our way out of this. We can generate revenue from oil and gas. If one then looks back at Guyana in 2023, its GDP grew by 33%. In 2024, by 44%. Right? In 2025, the real GDP is expected to grow by 10.6%, and that is pre the development of a major oil and gas discovery there called Yellowtail. The next slide, please. So our second case study is Namibia, the Orange Basin, which is on our border. If you look at the slide, you'll see a map, and you'll see all of the activity in Namibia above the international border out at sea, and you'll see that the activities in Namibia, the discoveries there of 9 billion barrels of oil equivalent has been discovered by Shell, Total, Galp, including their contingent resources. And they expect, according to Woodmac, they expect to be producing 778,000 barrels per day by 2035. Now, there is nothing different geologically and geophysically in the Orange Basin between Namibia and South Africa. What is at question is whether we were able thus far to attract investors, and we need to ask ourselves, why not? Why has our neighbors been able to do so with the same natural resource endowment, but we haven't as yet? Moving on to South Africa then. This is a very busy map, excuse it, and thank you again to Standard Bank and Paul Taylor in particular for sharing this, as he does at regular conferences, and updates this with the latest available business intelligence that comes across from reports such as Woodmac, from Eskom, from government, and other players in the industry. What you see here is South Africa's ambition. That ambition is faced with constraints. The constraints need to be dealt with. There is nothing wrong with the ambition described by the Central Energy Fund earlier. That ambition is amazing. But the constraints, they're real. We look forward to the day that we could exploit these natural resources, the domestic gas, in South Africa and become self-sufficient. But in the meantime, the short-term solution has to be the importation of LNG. On the map, you will see what looks like a red ship. If you go north to Walvis Bay, you'll see a ship graphic there. That is an LNG carrier, or showing that there would be LNG importation at that particular port. If you go down the west coast towards Saldanha Bay, you'll see another ship there. Seth spoke about that. There is a clarity that is required at Saldanha Bay on the Section 56 process with Soldeco as the rights holder there, and the Section 79 held by Seth. It is unfathomable that Eskom could release a gas supply RFP to Unkellig in Atlantis that could best be fed by Saldanha Bay or even the Port of Cape Town. But TNPA has not put out an RFP. So CEF and TNPA need to work together with Eskom more closely to coordinate this, because it's embarrassing when an investor asks, but where's the infrastructure? I think Safisa mentioned that earlier. Where's the infrastructure? Well, we are dragging our feet. We have been dragging our feet since at least 2012, when the first Section 34 determination on gas to power was released for the 3,125 megawatts that we had as our ambition then. Some of us are still here fighting for that opportunity to become a reality. And SAOGA is representing its members when it says that the organs of state responsible must coordinate their activities more closely, working more closely with industry. Not only SAOGA, there are other industry associations that they need to work with as well. One of them is IGWASA. SAOGA and IGWASA work together quite closely. We work together quite closely also with the Onshore Petroleum Association of South Africa, ONPASA. We also work quite closely with OPASA, the Offshore Industry Association for Oil and Gas. And as Jaco would go into detail later, he will tell you that they have reviewed these very supply options, the sources of gas regionally, continentally, and internationally, and that we are running out of options very quickly. It's urgent, and therefore we need to have all hands on deck. Jaco would also hopefully share with you our recent natural gas symposium, at which we've decided as industry in collaboration with government to work together more closely under a national gas contract. Jaco, please feel free to speak to that later on as well. I know that you've been involved in that process from the outset in collaboration with the Wits Business School and its African Energy Leadership Center. Count on the support of SAOGA and our 145 member companies on the supply side, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Colleagues, I want to leave you with the following thought. We have an amazing opportunity to not only deal with energy security, affordability, and environmental sustainability that makes up the energy trilemma. We can now also deal with what the minister now called of electricity and energy called the quadrilemma, not only the trilemma. That quadrilemma includes the socio-economic and fiscal impacts of the energy choices we make today. And we have an opportunity to earn significant revenue from our domestic gas in the form of royalty taxes. And then we can help our Minister of Finance to avoid considering VAT increases, fuel levy increases, and whatever other forms of tax he may only have at his disposal to fund the social budget in particular and the infrastructure budget required to make all of our dreams a reality. Thank you. I hand over back to our colleague, Adrian, to make some closing remarks on behalf of SAOGA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig, Honourable Chair. I think what needs emphasizing is the importance of partnerships and a coordinated approach to solving the challenges that we are facing. Just to add, we also have, a very, very important onshore resource in terms of gas developments. Some exploration is currently happening, but if we look at the fact that Moss gas was built on 1 trillion cubic feet and the expected projection for onshore gas is 22 trillion cubic feet, I think there is a significant amount of gas onshore as well. So I think I just want to emphasize the collaborative approach needed, and industry and government to work closely together, and industry to be heard in terms of some of the issues in the Act that doesn't invite industry to come on board and to invest. So thank you so much, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, for allowing us to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Secretary, can you look for those honorable members that are kicked off by the network, and you accept them again back to the meeting. Thank you very much.
They are back on the platform, Chair.
Thank you very much. If it is the case, what is the next item on the agenda, Secretary?
The next one is SASOL, Chair.
Yes, let's give over to SASOL.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Raitwell Latlach. I'm the Senior Vice President for Corporate Affairs at SASOL. Good morning also to the Honorable Minister, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members, honored guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity also to contribute to today's discussion. I'm going to ask my colleague Aubrey Ramawa to put up the presentation. I'm joined by two other colleagues, Mr. Umesh Ramdani, who is the head of our Business Buildings Gas Solutions, as well as Dumisani Bengu, who is the Senior Vice President for our energy business that looks after Sasol oil and gas as well. So whilst I wait for the presentation to come up.
Aubrey has been given co-hosting rights.
Okay. Let's hope he can get it right. But in the meantime, I'm going to just start, if I may. In terms of the presentation, we will take most of it as read. Some of the slides right at the beginning talks to Sasol's integrated value chains, which is just a reminder again, Chair and members, of the integrated value chain that Sasol has, both in terms of gas as well as coal as the major feedstocks. Our facility in Secunda has 10% of gas coming from Mozambique, and then 90% is dependent on coal. And our Sasolburg operations is totally converted from having used coal in the past to using natural gas. Aubrey, are you coming right with the presentation?
I think it's fine. So let me assist Sasol. Oh,
Please.
wait, let's see. There we go.
All right, thank you very much. So let us go to the next slide. This slide just spoke to the integrated value chain that I was referring to. And we also, on the next, those unique competitive advantage, we are fortunate enough to have adopted the Fischer-Tropsch technology over the last 75 years. In fact, the Fischer-Tropsch technology that we use is celebrating 100 years this year. We have technology and innovation development through our research and technology. We have an integrated value chain, as I've just mentioned, starting from Secunda through to Sasolburg, and also feeding some of our chemicals to our overseas assets in the US. And we also have the international chemicals business as well as part of SASOL's portfolio of businesses. Access to advantage, sorry, if you can just stick to that slide. Access to advantaged feedstocks is key for us. However, today we are discussing the gas cliff, and we're also focusing on the fact that we are seeing a decline in terms of supply of gas from Mozambique. However, we will be presenting today the solution that we have communicated to all our customers. On the people side, we're fortunate also to have technical expertise that continue to serve us well into the future. And we play our role as well in being an energy leader in Southern Africa with an iconic brand that's been in existence for 75 years. And our role is really securing supply of energy to South Africa and supporting growth in different markets. The next slide. This slide is more of a background. However, I'm just going to highlight two things. SASOL in everyday life. We produce approximately 8 billion liters, or approximately 27% of South Africa's domestic fuel needs through retail and wholesale channels, and we approximately have 400 retail sites. We are also the sole inland producer of jet fuel through our Natref facility in Sasolburg, which has a direct pipeline to OR Tambo International Airport. On the gas side, we supply gas to industrial users, 300 customers with over 400 supply points across 4 provinces, and we are the operator of the Romco facility. On this slide, Chair, it's just a high-level contribution of SASOL to the economy, 500,000 indirect and direct jobs, 5% contribution to the GDP, and as well as 12% tax contribution. And we are very proud of our CSI programs that you can also see the 2.9 billion spent over the last 5 years. Next slide. Chair, very quickly on this, we recently have had our Capital Markets Day where we've reviewed SASOL strategy. And suffice to say, we want to strengthen our foundation business. For that reason, you will see or note that we are ramping up the usage of coal and also resetting the volumes in Secunda up to 7.6 million tons total production, which is close to the design of that facility. We are still committed to transforming ourselves into a more sustainable business, and we are still committed to the 30% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030. And these commitments were made in May last year during the Capital Markets Day. And I invite you all to visit the website, SASOL's website, to learn more about our strategy going forward, which is spanning over 3 financial years up to the end of financial year 28. And it covers at length also the issue of the gas cliff going forward. If you proceed, these are the 3 years I was referring to. So our focus areas in the following year, which is starting now in June, coal quality improvement and stabilizing our operations. From 27 onwards is focusing on operational reliability. And as I said, financial year 28 ramping up close to the design, 7.4 to 7.8 million tons of Secunda's volumes that we are looking at. And we are also looking at having a value chain in South Africa that has a break-even point of $50 per barrel by the end of financial year 28 in nominal terms. So, Chair, I'm going to go straight into the topic. I'm going to skip these slides, but go to the next one. Apologies. I want to introduce my colleague Umesh Ramdani, who's going to talk specifically to the gas cliff and SASOL's proposal and what we're putting on the table to extend the period to the year 28 and what our plans are looking like beyond that as well. Umesh, over to you. I'm going to switch off my camera now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rightwell. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister Mantashe and Honorable Delegates. It's a pleasure to address you today on our plans for gas. I'll take much of the pre-read as read, and I want to focus on the specific points to take us forward. So, Secretary or Aubrey, if you could please skip slides 14, 15, and stand on 16, please. Thanks. So the purpose of this slide really is to communicate the level of investment and the scale of investment that we've had to undertake with our partners to get the gas industry to where it is today. These are really multi-billion-dollar investments with times to earnings that exceed 10 years at a minimum. It cuts across various countries, and the risk profile that we've experienced when we undertook these investments is very different to the risk profile that the gas industry and developers face today. To unlock the scale of these feedstock developments and infrastructure developments, there's an inherent market risk. When we developed the assets in Mozambique, at the time, it was we committed offtake in Secunda and Sasolburg initially, and the pricing for that offtake worked. It made the value chain bankable. We're now at an inflection point. I'll speak to where these assets are in their life cycle, what it means going forward in terms of production outlooks, and what that inflection point actually means for new sources of supply, specifically LNG in the interim, leading into longer term indigenous gas supply options. So, Secretary, if we move to the next slide. The investments that we've incurred and the business developed to a point today where we really are in a strong position. We understand the market. We operate 3,500 kilometers of gas pipelines, own a significant share of these. We developed close to 200 petajoule gas markets. There's over 300 customers that we supply into. Importantly, we own a multi-integrated asset site within potential LNG routes here, and that specifically refers to Secunda. And this gives us a key competitive advantage to enable gas to power and, of course, continued supply to inland nodes. An important point that we need to consider when we look forward on gas supply is the ability of an aggregator to manage variability in supply and demand. And our asset base allows us to do that. I'll speak more to that later in the presentation. If we move to the next slide. So what you see here is a combination of the forecasted production outlook and a demand forecast. The shaded portion in blue refers to the volumes that we produce from southern Mozambique and the volumes that we forecasted to produce from southern Mozambique, where we have taken FIDs or final investment decisions already. You can see that we could extend, or we have extended our supply to 2028 on our current asset portfolio. But the declining curve that you see in supply on that dark shaded block reflects the reality of that asset. It's becoming really incredibly complex and more expensive to extract the next marginal molecule out. These are mid to late life assets, and by more expensive, I mean we now need to add mechanical work into the system. Those are compressors, series of compressors, and so forth. And this makes the next molecule marginally significantly more expensive than the last. At the same time, if we look at a country level, and now this is, country level in its entirety, not looking at specific locations on pipelines and so forth, you see the demand forecast expected to grow significantly on the back of gas to power. So the question we have is how do we then match our supply with this demand forecast, and how do we do this in the best interests of the country and in a manner that delivers returns? So if we go to the next slide, the first and the best outcome in the best interests of South Africa is really for us to monetize our indigenous resources. I wouldn't belabor some of the points already addressed by learned colleague Mr. Morkel on the regulatory aspects and the moves that are needed there to make the upstream developments more workable. But what is clear is that there is a significant time to develop these assets. So sitting where we are today in 2025, our best view is that the assets that you have seen could come online in the 2037 timeframe at the earliest. So much of the numbers that we see with regards to the various TCFs of gas that's found in various locations, onshore, offshore, in South Africa, in the region, many of that refers to technical discoveries today. The challenge that we have is to translate those technical discoveries to commercial discoveries. And therein lies the trick of being able to develop these assets with credible field development plans that are bankable, with pricing agreements and gas sales agreements, at least insofar as we are concerned, that actually work. That's the gap which needs to be closed. So that's the first limitation that we have to the timeline that you are seeing here. The second complication that we have is geologically the type of assets that we're seeing in the South African region. Several of these, not all of these, are different to what we see in Mozambique, by way of example. They're more complex. The development plans are more complex. You would, for example, need deep water drilling offshore. You need more wells onshore for some of the assets that we have seen per recovery of that next marginal molecule. So the development complexity, coupled with the lack of infrastructure to move these molecules to the market, pushes out that timeline beyond where we would like it to be, which is now. So the question we have is, okay, how do we fill the gap, that space in white? And from a development point of view, we need to maybe just pause here and reflect on what this means. So the chart that you're seeing here reflects a developer taking upstream risk. So they're taking uncertainty in terms of not knowing entirely the extent of gas molecules that's under the ground, and developing those assets to produce those molecules. So it's really a subsurface risk that you are taking. To close that gap and to make the markets, to keep the market comfortable in predictability of supply, our risk profile changes. If you go to the next slide, the risk profile changes with the most credible option that we have, and that's LNG. So here we accept that you're now not taking the subsurface risk insofar as not knowing perfectly what's under the ground to develop these assets. You're taking a market risk. So somebody else has developed similar assets elsewhere in the world. They've done this many years before us. They've incurred the costs for the development plans, the cost to develop their supply chains, the cost to convert their ships to FSRUs, for example, if necessary. And all of those costs need to be borne by them, and they need to be rewarded as well. So the consequence of filling that gap with a more predictable and certain source, that being LNG, will come at a cost. And that cost is to recover their capital, It's also you also then expose yourself to a different pricing mechanism, which is probably linked to oil, Brent or Henry Hub, depending on the route that you go. So the dynamics around how you manage that gap from a supply perspective is very different to where we're coming from, and it's very different to where we want to go in the long term. Now, it's also then important to take to pause and reflect the demand complement that actually sits in that gap. Because if you want to match your risk profile on the supply side, it needs to be commensurate or reflective of the demand dynamics that you are facing. So that white gap, as it stands today, is a complement of course, our own consumption. It's a complement. It consists of industrial uses, and it consists of new build gas to power. We've done several pieces of several analyses, and we think that LNG being banked as a feedstock for Sasolburg and Secunda is not the route to go. But LNG then as a feedstock for purely the industrial customers exposes us as an aggregator to a risk profile in a market that hasn't really been tested at the price points of LNG. So it's a very risky solution for the country to import LNG on the back of industrial demand only, the industrial users specifically. Our strategic position is that LNG is required for the country, absolutely, but it needs to follow and be synchronized with gas to power as we transition from current supply through to LNG and eventually to indigenous gas. So if we now think about the planning for LNG and gas to power and how you best synchronize this, we end up with a mismatch in timing, and we need to be as perfectly aligned as possible. But the reality is that gas to power will not be ready in the 2028, 2030 timeframe. There's a significant risk to that schedule. We'd like it to be ready by then, but signals from the market insofar as long lead items are concerned and so forth is that this is a heated market and there's significant risk there. So what's the solution that we have proposed as we transition to LNG? We've considered and we're working the option of producing methane-rich gas from Secunda as a bridge to LNG. This is not MRG is not a solution that can flow to entirety. We can talk about the mass balance for Secunda and the constraints around that. It really is an interim solution, and it will also come at a cost. So if we just maybe reflect on why that is the case. So in Secunda, for example, and we produce fuels and chemicals, and at the highest level, a fuel molecule has a hydrogen to carbon ratio that's in excess of 2. Let's say more than 2. Coal, which is our feedstock, has a hydrogen to carbon ratio of less than 1. Natural gas has a hydrogen to carbon ratio of 4. So in order for us to continue to produce fuel at the ratio that the molecule exists, we need to have the right combination of coal and natural gas. And that's notwithstanding the chemical reactions that you still need to undergo to convert from one to the other. So every marginal molecule of MRG, which is now a proxy for natural gas, that you take out of Secunda, you have a direct impact and actually a disproportionate impact on the amount of fuels and chemicals that you produce. So MRG it's going to be a more expensive molecule, and we're going through the process now to complete the technical work, to understand the limits around its extraction capability, the actual cost, and then we will communicate that to the market at the appropriate time, and we'll follow the process. So our solution pathway really is we will continue with our efforts in southern Mozambique. It will be infrastructure-led efforts, so continue exploration and production around the CPF so that we can move the molecules into the facility and to market. We will continue with our efforts to to work MRG as an interim supply to LNG. And now we're really focusing on synchronizing LNG with gas to power, and which leads us then to an indigenous supply solution in the long term, which we must work in parallel. So Chair, if you go to, or Secretary, if you go to the next slide, please. So what does all of this mean? You know, there's several slides that you would have seen on LNG import nodes and possibilities and so forth. But LNG needs to follow gas to power for a couple of reasons, which I'll speak to later. So it then necessarily follows that we need to consider not just possible import nodes for LNG, but the available grid capacity and the access to grid capacity, the existing pipeline network and the possibility to access pipeline networks, and so forth. And what you see on the chart here is really SASOLized a blue heat map on the available grid capacity across the country and what it means for LNG as an overlay with possible import nodes. And you see a couple of possibilities coming up. You see Inesoro as a possible LNG import location. You see Maputo and you see Richards Bay. And we're working all of these. So we're advancing discussions with the developers in Matola. We're looking at partnership constructs and what it could mean for Richards Bay. And we're exploring similar in Inesoro with ENH, and we will follow their process here with regards to the concession that is in, or their application for the concession that is in process. So we really see the eastern seaboard of Southern Africa as offering the best prospect for LNG. That's not to say that the West Coast does not have prospects, but it certainly does, but we see the East Coast as the priority. If you go to the next slide, Secretary. So I wouldn't spend much time on this slide. This is really meant to be an overlay of the key milestones for power and gas supply. And, you know, sticking with the narrative of gas supply or LNG needing to be synchronized with gas to power, coupled with the constraints that we see on long leads for power and so forth, you could see very quickly that, for example, on the gas supply track, point 2, we need to start advancing supply terms in advance of a PPA being signed, for example, or financial close on power. So there's a risk that needs to be taken by an aggregator on the supply side in anticipation of financial close on gas to power. And that's a risk that needs to be managed very, very carefully. That's the gap that we are looking to close as an LNG aggregator. And we're working with various suppliers and partners as to how we could best close that gap. Before I hand over to Mr. Bengu, I want to leave you with 3 messages. And the first is that, you know, LNG is definitely a requirement that we have in the best interest of the country. LNG needs to be synchronized with gas to power. That's, you know, an absolute requirement. And the last message is that for this value chain to be bankable, lenders and partners would look for a concluded PPA. A power purchase agreement on the back of the gas to power that we develop LNG on. Those are the 3 key messages I'd like to leave you with. And over and above that, of course, we need to progress our indigenous supply options. That is the first prize and the best outcome for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Omosh, and Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, honorable members of the portfolio committees, distinguished guests, good morning. You know, it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to participate in this session. You know, really looking forward to it. Chair, you know, I just want to reflect, you know, on 1 or 2 things that were mentioned earlier in the presentation. You know, one, you know, is
your video, Mr. Bengu, please. For a while, and then you can switch it off later on.
It is on from our side, you know. Is it not visible there?
The video is on.
Now we can see.
Okay. You know, thank you very much, Chair. You know, so Yeah, I was still saying, I'm reflecting, on one or two things, that were mentioned earlier in the presentation. And one, is that corporates must not only focus on maximizing their profits, but must also understand and honor their responsibility to the country. And I want to say, that we as SASOL recognize that, subscribe to that view, and, as you have seen, and we'll keep saying, is that we do everything every day, to make sure, that we are helpful, to this issue, of gas cliff, right? And also, as Mr. Mokel said, context bears reference in this regard. So context here, is that over and above the 120 petajoules, that SASOL use, there's another 60 petajoules of gas that we supply to customers, of the total 180 petajoules of gas, that, we work with. In that 60 petajoules of gas, we've got about 300 large industrial customers, that we supply. And, the concept of a gas cliff, was largely referring, to the stop of supply, to these customers. We fully appreciated the impact that this would have on the economy, on jobs, on the industrial capacity of the country, which certainly is very, very negative, and also, all the collateral impacts that it has, downstream in that regard. And it's for that reason, that, when this concept of a gas cliff, came to be, over and above the conversations that we've been having, we went to work, to make sure, that we can do all that is possible, to try and solve it. And that context of a gas cliff at some point, it was by year 2026. And it is through some of the engineering interventions that has enabled us, to stretch that plateau, to what is today referred to as 2028. And in the process, we have had conversations, communication, with all, our customers, and also provided visibility and transparency to all the work that is being done. We didn't stop there, so at that particular point in time, we indicated that post-2028, LNG was the only solution, and it has been mentioned earlier on that gas to power, critical, dependable, on the path, to LNG aggregation in this regard. And as SASOL, we indicated that, we were very intent, on playing that role, with all the capabilities that we had. But as we started seeing developments, at least the pace of the development, on the anchor off-taker, being gas to power, we started, coming up with scenarios, in case that is not ready, by 2028. And it is in this context, that, the topic of MRG as an interim solution, we call it a bridge solution, came to be. So what is MRG? MRG being methane-rich gas, so for all intents and purposes, you could say, it's a synthetic natural gas. So it is natural gas that is now not coming from Mozambique, but that we manufacture through our coal beneficiation processes, and therefore, we've got this gas, that, we can then supply to customers in order to help us cover that bridge, when gas from Mozambique to customers has come to an end, and potentially LNG, has not been brought to work, right? And over the last few months, we've been hard at work, communicating to customers to saying, look, if there is this risk, of LNG by 2028, this is now what we've worked on, to produce this synthetic natural gas, which is called MRG, so that from 2028 on, at least for the next 2 years, to 2030, we should be able to supply this. How we do that? Under normal circumstances, we beneficiate this gas, for production of chemicals and liquid fuels, but we can divert, the beneficiation away from those products and offer it to customers, all but in our attempt to pay responsibility, to the economy of the country, and make sure that we will not have a stop of supply, to these very, very important industrial customers, right? So it's in that context, that, I was making a point, about us doing all we can, to make sure that we can de-risk, this gas cliff. So far, we've got this view that we can supply this MRG all the way to 2030 by shifting it, from other products. There is a lot of work currently underway, to explore if we can extend this even beyond 2030. And again, we're keeping our customers and all the stakeholders informed, as and when, the necessary developments happen, on that journey, So I thought, I'd start with that, and confirm, that, this is the journey, that, we are taking. So Umesh mentioned earlier on, the domestic gas sources, in South Africa, both in and around Secunda, but also on the coast, so all of those, we haven't stopped working to ensure that, economics and everything working, we can then participate in making sure that it becomes a long-term gas supply position, and I can confirm once more, that we continue, in that regard. If I just go back, to the issue of supply of MRG or synthetic natural gas, it does a number of things, for customers, right? Whilst, because of the cost, the opportunity cost, of manufacturing the alternative products, as I've indicated, will have to be taken into consideration. So is, the prices of coal, and various other inputs. It means that the supply of this methane-rich gas, will certainly go higher, but certainly, not to the extent of LNG. So the first benefit for the customers, is that the cost of gas, gets mitigated a bit, as a consequence, of the solution that we have presented. Secondly, all indications have always pointed that LNG will have to be underpinned by a long-term commitment, from customers, so basically leveraging their balance sheet, to make sure that they can sign up to long-term agreements. Indications are that, about 15 years. And in our conversations with the customers, it was becoming clear, that, taking those decisions will require more time, and they are not as, they're easily said than done, and there is a need, for time, to work those through, right? It's in that context as well, that we've worked hard to ensure that we can have a bridging solution, so that all of those, commercial constructs, can then, be taken into consideration, worked on. Also, I've indicated that the cost of MRG, considering, all things necessary for the cost build-up, means that, the price change, but all of that through the regulatory processes, that are run by NERSA. There is an element of transparency, visibility, and upfront engagement, so that, we can open our books, and make sure that, they can see through all of this. And at that particular point in time, we'll then do the necessary applications, as part of the NERSA process. I have to say, that the processes of engaging with NERSA, have also started, and we're making sure that, provide transparency, and all the factors at play, so that, we can do this, right? LNG solutions, Umesh mentioned earlier on, that there's ongoing discussions, with partners and suppliers globally, to make sure also, that our stated intent, of being an aggregator, subject to the economics, of this thing working, is also underpinned, including the engagements around the gas to power demand or offtake, so all of those are underway. So in a nutshell, the message from this slide, is that the SASOL, we are doing all that is possible, to make sure that the industrial capacity of the country, especially, as it is dependent on gas, is not compromised, and in here, over and above financial investment, there's engineering solutions that are being done, to make sure that we can underpin this point. Secretary, you can take us to the next slide. And this slide really, sends a message that what is generally referred to as a gas cliff, we can call it as a gas market crossroads, where gas, as we have known it, changes, and is contextualized by what I've just said and what Umesh, has indicated earlier on. But key to all of that game, is that, there's regulatory clarity around the gas pricing methodologies, and all of that, just need to be continued with the work that is underway through engagement with NERSA. And we commit, to stick to pricing methodologies as approved, through the process as we have always done, and that, we hope, that very, very soon, will be completed, and then we can have communication, to all the customers and stakeholders that are affected. So in a nutshell, that is a view, that I wanted to share as it relates to the impact on the customer, what we are doing, and what are the issues at stake, that we continue engaging with. That, Chair, concludes the part that, I just wanted to deal with, and thank you.
Okay. Secretary.
BUSA is next, Chair, with the IGUSA.
Yes, over to them. Thank you. I hope that the honorable members are taking notes and writing down the questions. After all this presentation, we'll give them an opportunity to interact with the presentations.
Yes, Chair, we are. Thank you.
Honorable Mvana, Honorable Minister Mantashe, DG Mbele, government officials, industry colleagues, good morning. My name is Jaco Human. I represent the Industrial Gas Users of South Africa, association that is essentially mandated to look at gas energy security, of course, the topic and discussion of today, gas pricing, and of course, gas policy. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to the committee today on the gas cliff in particular. What we would like to highlight today, you will notice, is sort of narrowing down really what we see as the solutions to the gas cliff. As you know, Chair, we attended the PCEE session on March the 19th, and we appreciate this committee following through also on our request to present on the gas cliff facing South Africa. It is true, we are indeed faced with a gas cliff, but we have run out of runway, so to speak, and we need to mitigate certain risks as a matter of urgency. It is evident from the DEE's 19 March presentation that its strategic intent is anchored in viewing gas not merely as a transition fuel, but as a destination energy source, essential for power generation, of course, and industrialization, and more importantly, energy sovereignty for the country. This is a welcome shift. The strategic case for gas as a lever for economic growth and emissions reduction is strong. That case is becoming stronger with the onset of access and potential of domestic or regional gas. And the DEE has framed it very well, but the pathway to implementation remains vague. We've today listened to our colleagues also in the industry, largely on ambition and intent, but the reliance on policies under review, projects that are perhaps still in litigation, and of course interdepartmental coordination that is unresolved weakens this level of confidence at the moment. While we think that the strategy is directionally sound, it is not yet pragmatic enough to support immediate investment or industrial conversion planning. Industrial users require a roadmap, Chair, with defined actions, timelines, policy commitments, and we certainly do not require rounds of further consultation or vision statements. That is the danger we face with as we tackle the gas cliff head on. Our presentation today is structured to review the gas landscape. We will touch on some of the points already raised earlier on today. What we believe is required over the short term, in other words, a short-term transaction that's really focused around the gas cliff. What we consider to be a medium transaction for the country, and what are the key enablers to move forward on both of those. Chair, IGWA SA is representative of industrial users of gas, operations that are deeply entrenched in the usage of gas. Gas, as we've also referred to, is essentially the Swiss Army knife of energy. It can be many things for many applications. It can generate power, it can provide chemicals, it can provide liquid fuels, it can provide direct heating, it can power the logistics sector. It is really a multifaceted energy type, which certainly warrants a deep look into the future and role of it in the South African economy. These organizations that we represent the sector employ roughly about 75,000 people. The sector contributes about 600 billion rand a year to the GDP of South Africa, and it is, like we said, deeply reliant on the usage of gas. There are, of course, other energy alternatives and types, but these take time to implement. They're probably more carbon intensive. And the products we get out of the sector at the moment includes everything that we do and use on a daily basis. The bread we eat, the steel, beverages, plastic, the fuel we use in our cars, aluminium products, glass, tiles, bricks that we build with. Hence, the risks are high if we don't address this particular gas cliff correctly. We just want to make certain landscape points, and I think it is very important, Chair, that we reflect on where we've come from as a country. We see 5 chapters in the development of the gas economy in South Africa, the more recent development of the gas economy. The period of 98 to 2005, of course, we see the white paper on energy starting to refer to gas. We see the promulgation of the Gas Act. The South African government enters into a very important agreement with the Mozambican government to allow for the flow of gas between the two countries. And together with that regulatory agreement between the South African government and SASOL that deals with the supply of gas to the market in general, we now see that SASOL is set up to invest and deploy the infrastructure required to have the gas flow as we see it today. 2004, the ROMCO, of course, is commissioned, and we see a deep investment by SASOL on its own aggregated demand, essentially anchoring all these investments, the investment in transmission and distribution networks during that first period. The second chapter is where we see the gas energy starting to mature as an alternative energy type. We see industry adopting gas from directly supplied by SASOL in the pipelines in provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. It starts to find a big place in policy. We see that the first sort of reporting on shale gas potential also during this period. And more noteworthy is, of course, we see the first reporting of significant gas discoveries in the SADC region, Mozambique and Tanzania. We also see, of course, the first electricity blackout starting in 2008 and Eskom turning to very costly diesel OCGTs, which are still running to this day.
Sorry, Chair. Mr. Iman, we don't see your presentation flighted.
Apologies. Let me address that, Secretary.
Secretary, can you also assist him?
Is this visible, Madam Chair, Secretary?
Not yet.
Otherwise, it's fine, Mr. Iman. Let me project.
Please. Thank you, Secretary. Continue. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Which slide are you now on, Mr. Iman? This one?
I am on this particular slide, Secretary, and on chapter number 3, the period 2013 till 2018. So just to continue, so during this period, we see also then, of course, the development of LNG markets globally. It's the new energy type, or the new crude, as we call it. And we see this on the back of flexible, long-term, short-term contracts that attract new buyers and users of LNG globally. The Mozambican LNG expands significantly, and currently there's an investment flow till 2029 valued at roughly about $128 billion in the northern Rovuma complex of Mozambique. Around about 2014, 2015, we see the first publication of a gas master plan. It was called the Gas Utilization Master Plan, and it starts to look at the role of gas in the energy mix. However, this plan was never executed, and we believe that the government at that point stalled on the development of gas as an energy type in South Africa, and we entered a concerning period, of course, that stagnated the industry during that time, or the development of the industry, rather. We also see during that time that international gas majors actually downscaling their presence in South Africa and exiting the country to other markets globally. The next period is very important. Gas shortages persist. Demand far outstrips supply. We haven't invested in additional capacity of infrastructure pipelines to service this demand. Policy uncertainties persist on the future role of gas. And we see that SASOL, the current resource, is starting to decline in terms of its ability to supply gas, and SASOL having to technically intervene in the current or natural flow of gas at that time. Certain irrational regulatory outcomes, particularly on pricing, also surfaced during this period. And then, of course, we started to look at the untouched upstream gas potential in South Africa. Significant debates emerge around the potential of gas, shale gas, offshore gas, but none of that is actually being tapped at the moment. Whilst SADC, certainly Namibia, Mozambique, Tanzania, are certainly advancing, while South Africa is stagnated on the upstream exploration development. It simply means that we are behind the curve in terms of tapping that potential for domestic gas, as we shall see later on. We also see and experience from our vantage point a diminishing role of the state-owned entities in securing gas, its ability to actually invest in infrastructure and move forward to secure energy or gas energy for the country's use. And of course, we enter into a period of market uncertainty. The last chapter, the year that we're in right now, of course, SASOL confirms, as we've heard from our colleagues beforehand, that SASOL confirms that the gas cliff has now arrived in June 2028. SASOL confirms also at the same time that they're looking at the potential to extend that with 2 years. This more recent announcement is critically important for us in order to ensure that we don't rush into alternatives as we would have been compelled to do towards the end of this year. So a very important announcement and a critical intervention by SASOL. But right now, Chair, the reality is really we don't have any confirmed solutions or projects. None of us are able today to come to this committee to say we are certainly going to get our gas at this point in time through these infrastructure developments. And that, of course, creates risk. Significant industrial investments have halted, and what we now see actually is that industry is starting to look into neighboring countries for future investment purposes where there's access to gas energy. This weighs down, in addition to what we see elsewhere in the network economy in terms of challenges in logistics, challenges in electricity supply, and now also starting to emerge in terms of water supply. So it certainly requires us to pick up this ball with responsibility and speed so that we can move forward. We're not yet sure exactly what the government policy is on gas. We welcome that There's developments on the gas master plan, the IRP, etc. certainly plays a role. It gives us certain indications of where we are heading as a gas economy. But none of these, of course, have yet to be published, and we believe that these are due and imminent. Meanwhile, regional investments continue. We continuously get updates and developments on particularly Namibian gas, Mozambican gas developments. From our vantage point, from an industrial perspective, we believe that the last 20 years or so has certainly been regressive. There's been flickerings of hope, but we are now faced with a serious backlog in terms of our ability to number one, mitigate the gas cliff risk, and then, of course, capitalize on the future of gas energy in the country. We are in a transition period. We see it in policy documents coming out. We see that gas is playing a much more prominent role in the future energy mix of the country, but we are not yet equipped to actually have that potential to utilize this gas. We have the molecules, whether it is LNG or domestic gas. We know what the demand is, but we somehow fail to connect the two. Next slide. Thank you, Secretary. I just want to pause very briefly on the lay of the land, and much of our colleagues have spoken to this landscape today. Today, we're actually sitting with a very simple and straightforward network, but it's infrastructure that has been supplying gas successfully by the operator and supplier SASOL over the last 20 years. Pandey Temane, as we know, and has been reported by our colleagues, of course, running out of gas. There's no alternative there. Hence, we need to look at how we bridge this. Timelines are of concern. Of course, we know that we are already looking at supplementary interventions in order to keep gas flowing. And the volume of gas then flows around through the network to Gauteng and then down to KwaZulu-Natal. Now, the only real development over the last couple of years, actually, that we see is the Virginia gas fields, of course, which is promising, but it's very niche. And it's not designed really to supply the bulk gas needs of the country going forward. Next slide, thank you. It is very important, Chair, that we reflect for a moment on the supply and demand imbalance that we see. On the left-hand side, what you have is our projections on gas demand. It's based on recent policy positions and announcements. For example, the draft's IRP 24. It is based on certain statements around baseload factors by the ministry. But what you see here is a significant wave of gas demand coming our way. We are currently undersupplied. The demand outstrips supply. But you see that, of course, the power sector plays then the ultimate bigger role in the gas demand for the country in the next 15 or so years. On the right-hand side, of course, if you want to meet that particular demand, anything above the red line that you see there, these are the solutions that we need to have in place in order to supply that demand, or to at least meet the demand as it is being put down in our policy position papers at the moment. We don't see any certain and clear development on the supply side. We will become deeply reliant on domestic gas. As you can see, there's a market developing for that. We see that. And from an economic perspective, we have to simply capitalize on that potential of domestic gas. However, we do need LNG as a bridge because we have run out of time. Now, we currently, the only reality that we have today is the red line that you see there. And that is the trajectory that we're currently faced with. And this is when we talk about the gas cliff, is how do we not maintain the demand, but how do we meet the future demand for gas going forward? LNG is costing the country money. LNG imports is expensive. Compared to domestic gas and regional gas, we believe around about 2033, if we don't develop regional gas or domestic gas, that we will pay a premium for LNG imports in this country valued at about $4.2 billion per annum. Like we said earlier, we are pivoting towards a gas economy. The reliance on gas is evident from industrial use, petrochemical sectors, the power sectors. But we are not equipped from an infrastructure perspective to meet that demand. And that, in essence, is how we view the gas cliff at the moment. Thank you, Secretary. Next slide. We are looking at two transactions. The short-term transaction really focuses on the gas cliff, and we just want to pause on this for a while. As we've said, the gas cliff, the natural gas will stop flowing in June 2028. SASOL, for a period of 24 months, will supply and substitute that gas with methane-rich gas for the industrial markets. The focus right now to avoid this remains, in our opinion, Maputo and/or in Hasaro. It is the only focus right now. It is the only potential that we have within this time frame to avoid the gas cliff at a national level. Investments in terminals of this nature are expensive. We're talking upwards of $600 million. And of course, we are currently lacking the investment framework or the fiscal framework to actually look at that. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on as well. Richards Bay is important, but during this particular period, it is important to note that the developments in Richards Bay is slightly behind, in our opinion, with regards to what we see on the Mozambican front, or the potential. Even if we do get Richards Bay on board, it is important to note that it is not a solution for the gas cliff at a country level. It is a regional solution for KZN. Hence, it is critically important that we do focus on the importation of LNG through Mozambique, or regasified LNG, and at the same time develop Richards Bay to its full fruition. Gas to power plays a significant risk. We've heard from our colleagues that it is a key enabler, and it simply sits at a transactional level. And again, we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail shortly, but it sits in a transactional level where gas to power and the decision where we put gas to power makes a key difference in how we tackle the gas cliff. You will notice the shaded areas in green on this map, Chair, that these are the infrastructure developments required in order to overcome the gas cliff. We need import terminals either in Matola or in Hasaro. We need to connect the Romco and the Lily at Secunda where they converge, the central three dots that you see there in the middle. But we also need to build our demand, whether that is on gas to power or elsewhere. But we anticipate that gas to power is probably the easiest and fastest route to build that, but on the Romco. That is the first gas to power decision that this country needs to reach in order to overcome the gas cliff and in order, again, to bank the particular investments and projects that are required to do so. Right now, we are not sure what the plans are. There's no discernible pathway evident over this term. We're not sure whether we are actually going to move on the Romco solution, the Matola solution. When and how do we reach decisions on the Richards Bay solution, which of course is our medium-term outlook? The critical risks right now is time, and we have a breakdown of what we see the critical timelines are, which we'll share with you now. But of course also the failure to achieve the underpinning fiscal and guarantee frameworks that are required to bank the infrastructure investments required. So, Chair, what we have now, of course, we have to coordinate much better in terms of our ambitions and what we want to achieve. And we have 9 months to land this, in our opinion. Next slide. Thank you, Secretary. The medium transaction looks different, and it builds on what we achieve by 2028. It is a much more exciting picture, as we will explore just now. We see that Richards Bay comes fully on board on the back of gas to power developments. It is a regional solution for gas and LNG imports into KwaZulu-Natal. There's a place for LNG developments and importation through Mozambique to support this initial gas cliff solution. Gas to power, as it is being drafted at the moment, requires more than 18 gigawatts by the end of the next decade, together with the expansion of renewable energy and the expansion of transmission networks. we see that gas to power and the location where we put gas to power in the country starts to play a significant role in unlocking this gas demand supply connection dilemma that we have. West Coast energy is, in our opinion, the future of the country as far as bulk gas needs are concerned. LNG is a bridge, and it will continue for the duration of those contracts, and it's largely East Coast. It was also mentioned earlier. It's largely an East Coast play with regards to importation of gas. But the potential on West Coast and access to domestic gas is absolutely key for us. It is it certainly has the potential, in our opinion, if you look at the price differentials between imported LNG and domestic gas, it certainly has the potential to, over the medium term, to reindustrialize and reignite the energy consumption and industrial and mining complexes in South Africa. But of course, we need a new framework for the investment and the execution ability to meet all these developments. West Coast gas economics remain important for us over the medium term, and it's something that we need to drive with all earnesty. If you see this map, what could be of interest, of course, is the placement of gas to power facilities in the Northern Cape. If you correlate that with the developments, of course, in the transmission and the build-out of the transmission networks on the back of the renewable ambitions that we have as a country, of course, it would make sense to put that on the where you have access to gas and, of course, can evacuate that power in future. Thank you, Chair. Next slide. So what we have now and what we see over the medium term, of course, is a matter of economics and the cost of energy in the country at a large scale. We see the potential, and it's a hypothesis that needs to be tested, $6 gas per gigajoule from the West Coast and $12 gas per gigajoule for LNG imports from the East Coast. If you look on the investment side, of course, the midstream side, the gas cliff, we're looking in our anticipation and our calculations, we think that we need to invest about $600 million per terminal. The Richards Bay LNG, of course, Kucha LNG, and then the West Coast gas pipeline that is connecting the gas, of course, across this picture that you see here from a supply to a demand perspective. Downstream, of course, you see significant investments in gas to power if everything plays out, of course, according to those lines. The financial investments are staggering. But of course, this is where the fiscal framework needs to be clearly defined in terms of the ability of the state to support these transactions. How do we unlock this? We need to aggregate demand. Demand aggregation is critical, and we need to create the transactional vehicles to enable these transactions. It starts with demand. The midstream fiscal framework, of course, that is key, the investments, and that is critical to meet supply and demand or to bring them together. And we need to exploit and look at our upstream resource, and particularly off the West Coast, urgently. More importantly, we think that there is a gas compact required in the country between the private sector and the government, and we've discussed that at length in an open forum recently at the Wits University. I want to go in a little bit around these requirements, these 4 requirements, as far as we see the enabling environment. Thank you, Secretary. Next slide. Thank you very much. This is a busy picture, but it is an important picture to understand the timelines from industrial perspective. Industry have moved forward to establish a company called Gas Hub. It's a company now that has been incorporated, an appointed board, and this company is purely designed to create a particular platform to enable a gas transaction. Gas demand aggregation is key. There's not a single company in the country that can actually underwrite and underpin the infrastructure developments. Hence, it is important that we aggregate demand to basically facilitate those risk flows that are required and associated with these type of investments. If you look at the top line there, Chair, we then anticipate that we will select LNG suppliers by the middle of next year, and we will enter into contracting positions by that time. From that, of course, the company will be set up. It will then, as per SASOL, then move into a methane-rich gas supply solution and then switch over, if you can see there, to the end mid-2030 into a LNG supply position. Very importantly, and these sections circled in red, of course, is what we deem to be the critical pathway to avoid the gas cliff. First and foremost, right now, the table has been set. Industries understand what this model looks like. It understands the commercial underpinnings of gas supply, infrastructure investments, developments, gas transportation, distribution, SASOL systems operator. But it's the key element that is missing from this is the fiscal structure to underpin the guarantees. And this is where we think that the conversation needs to reside right now amongst the stakeholders, private sector and the state, to really define and design an appropriate structure to enable these investments. That brings us then to the middle of next year that will underpin a contracting position. From a SASOL perspective, as we've heard today, SASOL is investing quite extensively today, of course, in interventions to maintain gas flow up to the middle of 2028. We believe that we have to look at MRG contracting and bed that down as soon as possible. And then, of course, MRG supply from mid-28 for 2 years, and then the end of gas supply in the middle of 2030 to industry. Moving on to the solution side here, of course, LNG infrastructure and supply key. It follows on the contracting position up front with the market. It needs a period of financial close, and we believe that financial close can be reached as soon as mid of 2027. We allow 3 years for construction, and that takes care of certain risks, and it provides a little buffer in terms of construction, execution, and risks. Hence, it is important, if you consider those 3 years, the critical path then brings us to 2030, which will enable the switch over to LNG supply. If you work backwards from this point, it is important then from mid-2030 that you allow sufficient time for construction, that you allow sufficient time for financial close, point of contract, and ensuring that we have a guarantee, a fiscal framework, a country fiscal framework in place to enable this. That, in our opinion, is what is required to unlock, and the critical path required to unlock the gas cliff. Moving on, LNG transmission, of course, ROMCO plays a critical role in this. Sorry, Chair, if you can just go back quickly. LNG transmission plays a critical role, of course. There's some technical work required, but it all depended on what type of agreements are being concluded by the aggregator. Richards Bay is important. We believe that there, and we are informed that there's significant progress being made in Richards Bay in terms of it's not only gas to power, it is potentially other players as well that are looking at aggregating and putting demand to bank that particular transaction. But at this point in time, based on our commercial negotiations, no one can actually guarantee us any particular timeline around that. We have a view on that, and it's more or less reflected in this graph at the bottom. But we do believe that Richards Bay will happen. It's a matter of certainty and, of course, how quickly one can move. And even if you do, it is important to note that Richards Bay remains a regional solution and not a country solution for the gas cliff. So right now, Chair, it is important that we focus on the short-term enablers, which are demand aggregation and a public-private partnership in terms of the guarantee structures that are required to underpin these investments. There are many options and schemes available, but it is important that these parties get around the table and talk at a transactional level, not at an ambitional level or a planning level or a policy level. Policy development needs to happen in parallel at this point, simply because we've run out of time. The medium-term enablers, again, parallel policy development, and of course, the regional domestic gas exploration. The next slide is important to understand in terms of where industry is at. We all heard about the company called Gas Hub, maybe. This is the company that industry have created. I want to start in the middle, the red section, which is the aggregator. It's a company that's been set up to operate on a not-for-profit basis. It's a company that's set up to take on costs for gas supply and pass through that cost to the consumer at the other end. It enters into a range of agreements. First and foremost, it consists of shareholder agreements. It consists of gas supply agreements, terminal users agreements, and various other agreements to enable the upstream supply into the company at a transactional level. On the other end of that, we have offtake agreements with the shareholders. If you move to the right-hand side of this picture, it is indicative. You can see there's this organization, this company is currently, there's 30 large companies that are shareholders in this organization, and we have various off-takers. It's an open access platform. There's place for there's place for SOEs, there's place for Eskom, there's place for traders, there's place for SMMEs, and this company has been created on the back of a competition block exemption that has been granted by the DTIC and the Competition Commission. So it's critically important to understand that the principles of this company is based on cost pass-through. It's not for profit. There's full transparency, and there's proportionality in terms of shareholding linked to the gas volume in the overall pot. It is also important to understand that the contractual flexibility, it's not a single contract. Contracting happens in tranches. It meets the requirements of any user or off-taker or trader on the other end, but at least it creates, and it's the first step in the direction of creating a gas aggregator that we all say and agree is required to enable these type of transactions. On the left-hand side of the picture, what you see there is then the upstream agreements. And I don't necessarily want to go into all these underpinning details, but it deals with molecules, it deals with port infrastructure, terminal uses agreements, and pipeline agreements for the transportation and distribution of gas. All of this needs to be founded on guarantee structures. And that is the missing link that we have at this point in time as a country, and something that we urgently need to focus on. Thank you, Secretary. Next slide. We are faced with the now and the medium term. As we approach this gas cliff, we need to move swiftly. And we believe that to unlock the gas cliff and to at least mitigate the risk associated with that, we need to secure gas energy through demand aggregation over a shared risk platform. We have to advance an aggregator model. This includes at this point in time, there are three bulk users of gas. There's the industrial complex, there's the petrochemical complex and the power generation ambitions within that, and of course there's Eskom. I think it is critically important that these organizations sit around the table and plot how we want to move forward on this basis to ensure that we can construct a transaction that enables infrastructure development urgently. So we need to consider what these public and private partnership opportunities look like. We have to spread the total demand across a common risk sharing platform to dilute exposure to the end user and the consumers at the end of the day. And very importantly, critically importantly, actually, is we need to reach a very short-term decision on gas to power. And this, in our opinion, again, brings us back to how do we build demand sufficiently to bank capital projects required to mitigate the gas cliff. The next key one is, of course, development of the appropriate risk-sharing model on a public-private partnership basis. We've heard from our colleagues from SEF referring to that. We've heard from our colleagues at SASOL also referring to it. There are various options and models available. But again, the parties need to come together and to say, how do we tackle this? It requires a discussion and a dialogue with the energy ministries. It requires a dialogue with the DTIC and, of course, Treasury, development and commercial banks and the private sector to develop what these appropriate models should look like. We understand the fiscal constraints that we're faced with as a country. Hence, we need to find appropriate models that can actually be deployed to ensure that the risk is shared and allocated equitably. Over the medium term, and I don't want to dwell on that today, Chair, is of course policy developments need to happen in parallel, not sequentially. We've got to mitigate the gas cliff first and foremost to stabilize the market. We've got to work the gas master plan as a medium policy position, and that's got to be integrated. The IRP has got such a critical and catalytic role to play in ensuring that we can meet this gas demand wave that is coming our way, as we've seen earlier on. It plays out in the industrial space and the logistical space as well. Domestic regional gas development, absolutely critical. We cannot move fast enough on this because we need to have that access to that economic position that we touched on earlier. Importantly, to drive all of this forward is as we've advocated earlier also, together with academia, we believe that we need to create a common platform that includes the stakeholders across the gas value chain to deal with this. We need upstream, midstream, downstream representation, legal, regulatory, finance, fiscal, and academia. Together we can move forward on this. And as the minister said recently, the gas cliff, we are faced with a gas cliff, but it does not necessarily mean that the gas cliff is an inevitable outcome. We can mitigate this, but we have run out of runway and we need to move fast. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Ariko, I think this was the last one. Secretary.
That's correct. Yeah, no,
Yes.
you're correct, Chair.
Okay, now let's interact with the presentation as honorable members. I will note the hands.
Hello.
Hello.
Utini.
Titi, I'm noting the hands now.
Okay, can I make my comment first and then request something?
All right, Minister, you are free to do that.
Okay.
You are even free to add whatever that you think they have missed it and you think it is critical for us to know.
No. I'm going to ask to be released to go. I'm coming back for the parliamentary session. I have another assignment now. But the technical team will remain here. I want to make just 3 points. The first point is that this debate of a gas cliff remains very fragmented and all over, without any effort to develop a coherent strategy to deal with it. That's my view. I'm expressing a view here. That's why the emphasis will be on gas imports without looking into our own gas deposits and exploitation thereof. For example, it's a number of years now that the court has directed the FFE to issue regulations for the lifting of the moratorium on exploration of shale gas in the Karoo. Those regulations are not coming through because we have not succeeded in integrating economics and ecology. We still work as economics versus ecology or ecology versus economics. We'll have to overcome that. That's why we'll depend on imported gas and not touch ours, because our ecology is actually used almost as a policeman rather than a balancing act or enforcing a balanced development. I'm leaving that. So there's no drive for domestic production of gas at all. I can tell that I've experienced it. I end in court all the time. I'm still waiting for the outcome of the Total Energies court case now. It's not out yet. That is the first point I wanted to make. The second one is Honorable Craig made a point that there's a backlog. I hope PRASA is present in the platform, because according to PRASA, there is no backlog in gas exploration. Only one application in the system, that is on the block, that totally is exiting. Beyond that, there's no backlog, but it would be quite helpful to understand this backlog. Where does Honorable Craig find it and where it is, so that we can trace it? Any other delays that we have experienced will be delays on the applicant side. So from where we are waiting for those backlog. There are few delays that are caused by the delay on appeals at the FFE for monitoring that space. And my closing remark was that I'm one of the few people, for my own sins, who believe that economic growth in South Africa takes a lot out of the low growth trajectory. Depends on oil and gas exploitation and use. I believe in that. I still want researchers and analysts and economists to prove me wrong on that. Thank you very much. I'm going to be around for a few minutes, and I will ask to be released, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I hope that your comments and also consent will be answered when they are answering questions. You are being released, Minister, understanding that there's lots of work that we have to do, especially its cabinet today, as you said. So thank you, you are released. Then let me note the hands, because I think you have also asked a few things that we thought that we will ask from the team. The first hand that I see is the hand of Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Tree, and then I will follow with others. Over to you, Honorable Paulson. And the team, excuse me, can the team note the questions? Because as honorable members are going to ask questions, they are free to ask in any of the presentation, because there are different types of presentations. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Minister. And good afternoon to the
Chairperson.
I've not in your hand.
Yeah, there's something I want to raise urgently. I want to propose that you please propose time, because I'm looking at my time now. It is 12 minutes past or 15 minutes past 12. You gave us up until 1 o'clock, and our hands are almost majority of us. We want to raise issues. I want to propose that you flag time so that all of us have an equivalent amount of time in the questions and no one is left outside. It's my proposal, Chairperson.
Thank you. I've taken note of your proposal, but I requested upfront when we started the meeting that We might not finish by 1 o'clock because of the too many presentations that are in front of us. We might stretch ourselves up until past. If we want to go to up to 2, it's up to us as honorable members. But you are right, no one must just talk and talk until cow comes home. At least they know that there are minutes that are supposed to be honored by members. I will give you, all of you, don't panic, but because these presentations were too long and also too many. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, quick question.
May I also propose, Member Hassan?
Now I see your hands. I have identified only 2 for now.
Chair,
Not with regards to the questions. We want to raise some issues, Chair, please.
Just procedurally, Chair, I wanted to propose something.
Don't start doing that. There's no dialogue. There's no discussions on what I'm saying. Just take the instructions and also obey. I am saying I'm going to give everybody to raise whatever he or she wants to raise. That's not a question that doesn't need any answer. Thank you.
I make a proposal, Chair.
Wait for the proposal. I understand that Minister is saying that he's leaving all the team, and I understand that the chairperson also is here. That is the chairperson, Honorable Mika, is with us. So everybody is still with us. Can you come with a proposal? The last one.
Chair, is that for me?
No. The one who was saying proposal. I think it's Njabeleng.
Thank you so much.
I also have a proposal, but I'll wait.
It was myself, yes. The proposal was that, Chair, because of the nature we want to have with regards to interaction when we're asking questions, it's futile for all of us to ask like whatever questions in a line and in a row, and then wait for individual responses after we have raised all the questions. We've proposed that we need to have an interactive session which will yield us value as committee honorable members. So as a result, we would propose that the question format, as it was already actually, spoken by through my colleague, when he says that, can you allocate a time slot where we ask a question to a portfolio, to the portfolio to say the current entity that is presenting, whether it's the department or an entity presenting, we engage with them through that time slot. When we're finished with our questions, it goes to another honorable member, and then it goes to another, so that we don't lose the value of the questions and we don't come back and say our questions asked were not answered. This is the proposal that we would want to put onto the table and in the House to say, please allow us that opportunity. We want to interact with the presentations, the entity and the department on a slotted question time space. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, it's a proposal over another proposal. Thank you. Honorable Fassi?
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very quick. I wanted to propose similar, that perhaps you give each MP maybe 6 to 7 minutes in which we can pose our questions. That's one proposal. The other alternative, Chair, and this is of course through you give us all 10 minutes, and within that 10 minutes, we need to propose our questions and get answers. We've tried this format in the Minerals Committee. It worked, but it only works if people are respectful to the chair and if are people respectful to the meeting. So you pose a question, get an answer, pose a question, get an answer until you get to the 10-minute mark. And when you're there, it's a strict stop. But of course, Chair, will be led by your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. There are 3 proposals, but you'll find out they are not different to one another. The one that I said, I have to use my discretion also as the chair and looking also at the time. I will also request honorable members. They know that no one is going to ask like he is presenting a thesis here. He has to just go straight, no preambles, no introduction before. They must just go straight so that we can be able to all get to ask the question as we would love. Then the team, is going to answer the questions. I'm also noting for assisting also the questions that haven't been answered. It's easy for the honorable members to say, I've asked a question of this nature, it hasn't been answered. I don't know what is new today. Can I give over to Honorable Paulson? Thank you very much. Honorable Paulson,
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
5
Thank you.
minutes for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I switch off my camera. So the first question is to Mr. Sabala from CEF. So, Mr. Sabala, you stated that the ROMCO project, which is designed to enable transportation of regasified liquid natural gas into South Africa via the ROMCO pipeline, is currently on hold until the business case improves because the customers are not yet secured. Similarly, for the Maputo LNG project, it is noted that there's no FID announced to date, supposedly because there's no guaranteed offtake. So considering the urgency of the looming gas cliff from the Pandy to main field starting to decline from 27-28, what specific and expedited strategies is CEF implementing to secure long-term committed gas offtakers for this crucial LNG importation projects, to move them from on hold to financial investment decisions and operationalization, and thereby ensuring a timely encounter to the impending gas supply deficit? Also, the presentation highlights that South Africa's government debt is projected to reach over 6 trillion rand. That's 75% of GDP by 25-26, with debt service costs expected to be a significant expenditure. So, CEF's strategic initiatives involve numerous capital-intensive projects such as the ROMCO expansion, estimated to be 8 to 12 billion rand, significant funding required for Block 11B, 12B, and the development of new LNG terminals at Kucha, Saldanha Bay, and Richards Bay. What is CEF's detailed financial strategy to fund these numerous capital-intensive projects? And how does CEF plan to ensure that these investments are commercially viable and do not exacerbate the national debt burden, especially given the existing debt burden and the emphasis on securing gas supply via cost-plus contract type and long-term contract with sustainable volume demand? The next one is for Mr. Morkel from SAOGA. In your presentation, Mr. Morkel, you said that the final Upstream Petroleum Resources Development Act, UPRDA, has not included any comments from the industry on the draft UPRDB, and therefore does not effectively deal with the key feasibility and bankability requirements of investors and other industry players. You further state that onshore gas exploration production needs to be accelerated by inspiring investor confidence with adequately and a stable and certain legislative environment, and that the UPRDA must be reviewed to reflect expert industry inputs. Could you provide us with specific examples of these critical industry inputs that were omitted from the final UPRDA, and detail how their inclusion would concretely enhance investor confidence and address feasibility, bankability requirements for oil and gas projects in South Africa? And then for either Mr. Rightwell, Mr. Ramdani, or Mr. Bengo.
Bridge. Come on.
What? How does SASOL plan to maintain its advantage and differentiated Fischer-Tropsch technology, access to advantage feedstocks, and cost-efficient operations, which are listed as key competitive advantages, given the impending gas cliff from southern Mozambique by mid-28, necessitating a transition from potentially more expensive methane-rich gas as a bridge and then liquefied natural gas imports. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do have more questions, but I want to be respectful of my colleagues' time as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. At least you did very well. It's less than 5 minutes that you were given. Honorable Tring, followed by Honorable Mylem, followed by Honorable Moses.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also appreciate firstly, all of the presentations, and I will try to keep to under the 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll beat Honorable Paulson's 5 minutes with regards to time. So I will attempt to be as economical as possible with the time that we have. Firstly, Chair, to the CEF, just a question. Can you indicate where we currently are in the stages of tapping into our gas reserves, offshore as well as onshore? And I think that there were some presentations which kind of gave an indication of how we actually need to utilize both offshore as well as onshore gas reserves. But where are we in those stages of tapping into those gas reserves and then bringing that into production between the phase of 2028 to 2030? Some indicate that they don't think that this is actually possible, just with, that we've run out of runway. But do you think that this is actually possible between the 2028 and 2030 in terms of the offshore as well as onshore gas reserves that we have? Then just with regards to our relationship with Mozambique and bringing the gas, importing gas from Mozambique, there is some risk involved, and I think you made mention also of some of the risks. There is particularly in the northern parts of Mozambique, and I want to couch this very carefully. There's a group that call themselves the Islamic State Group, or Al-Shabaab, and there have been some disruptions with the production of gas within the northern parts of Mozambique. How are these risks being mitigated from importing gas in northern parts of Mozambique? Then I think to all of the presenters, all those who presented, I think what has become very clear is that, and the minister basically made mention to that in his brief presentation, that the legislation is fragmented, or the alignment, there's no proper alignment of legislation when it comes to gas to power and bringing our gas reserves and onboarding them and bringing them to scale. So what is the time frames that are needed? What is the specific legislation? And I know NEMA S43, SAOGA mentioned this, indicated that it needs to be amended. But to all of the role players, what is the specific legislation that you feel needs to come on board? Into the gas master plan, obviously, is one of them. NEMA S43 was another that was mentioned in order for us to actually avoid the gas cliff. And so to the minister's team, the SAOGA presentation, they made specific reference to NEMA S43 that needed to be amended to prevent what they call was lawfare. So to the minister's team that was there, the minister also spoke about the ecology versus the economy, and the frustration that he is currently experiencing. So to the minister's team that is there, what is being done to remove the blockages? Because we cannot have this challenge of economy versus economy, and it becomes an impediment rather than a facilitator for the challenges that we face economically and growing our economy in South Africa. So what is the movement to remove the impediments to legislation in prevent what some have termed is lawfare? Also, with regards to SAOGA, I think there's a concern that if we've been dragging our feet with regards to implementation and legislation, particularly when it comes to infrastructure development to facilitate and exploit the gas reserves that we currently have. What needs to be done? And perhaps the more specific question, what would you consider to be the top 3 things that needs to be done in order to fast-track investment, infrastructure investment in South Africa? Mr. Ramdani from SASOL, you kind of felt that gas to power would not be ready in your presentation by 2030, but you did indicate that there is methane-rich gas that SASOL is working on to bridge the liquid, the LNG that we're currently using. Now, this, however, you indicated, there's 2 things. One is could impact our fuel production. By what percentage? If currently SASOL is meeting some 37%, I think, of our fuel needs, what percentage of fuel production would be impacted with this move to using methane-rich gas as a bridge? And then second question, what is the methane-rich gas as a bridge? There would also be economic factors, which is an increase in cost as a replacement gas. And then what is the possible percentage increase in the cost of gas that the end user should anticipate? Chair, I think that perhaps then to IGOA SA, they've indicated also that they're not clear. There's no clear policy and legislative direction, and they've been asking for this to be facilitated in order to connect the demand to supply. And spoke about, I think, to a large extent, of the aggregation of demand. So that aggregation of demand, as well as the PPPs that are necessary. Could you perhaps be a little bit more specific? And also, you've indicated that we've run out of runway. But it is still possible. So could you again just unpack the aggregated demand that you see actually facilitating the challenges that we've actually had and working towards alleviating the challenges where there is no clear policy and legislation with regards to, in particular, the infrastructure development needed for the supply and bringing on board gas in South Africa. Chair, I think that those are my questions, and let me just pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Milam. Can I also request the Secretary to assist me with the stopwatch?
That's fine, Chair.
Honorable
also
Milam.
express my appreciation for the presentation.
Your network is bad, Mr. Milam.
Yeah, your network, I think, is a little bit bad. But we hear you. Can you continue?
Looks as if he's out now, Chair.
You? Honorable Milam?
I think he's out, Chair. He'll probably come back. I think you need to move on to Mr. Mbata.
Okay, let's give over to Mr. Honorable Mbata.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, he's back. Honorable Mailem, your network is not as good as it used to be.
Chair, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what's going on today.
I think you are in the village or in the
Chair,
bush.
let me start by expressing my appreciation for the presentations, particularly those of SAOGA, SASOL, and IGUA. Less so for the presentation from SEF, and I'll tell you why. It feels as if this presentation is a recycled presentation that is at least a year old, and I'll point to specific examples. Throughout the presentation, it refers to key dates when certain things will take place, and some of them were in prior years, some of them are this year. So, for example, on slide 14, it talks about Rovuma Area 1 being in operation by 2024. Well, realistically, that's not going to happen. Rovuma Area 4 being in operation by 2025. Only one of the 3 projects in Rovuma Area 4 is in operation, and it's one of the smaller projects. It talks about Matola LNG terminal being in operation by 2026. It does indicate that it is dependent on an FID that is necessary in 2025. But even if they get that FID in 2025, it is overly ambitious to expect that a LNG terminal will be built and operational in the time frame of a year. So I'm concerned that this presentation is out of date and it's out of touch with reality. I'll give you another example. On slide 22 of the SEF presentation, there are 3 references to the car power ships, and it says that these are being appealed. Now, Minister Ramakgopa and Minister George have both said that car power ships are dead in the water, that it is not going any further. So why are we still referencing this as something that is being planned? It feels as if this presentation has been taken off the shelf, dusted off, and presented back to us without being updated, without being refreshed, and without things that are no longer relevant being included. Similarly, it talks about Block 11B and 12B being in operation, and they say COD 2030. Well, there's no one there that's really ready to dig into that. So I'd really appreciate some explanation from SEF why we are getting outdated information from them. It is not reasonable to expect that these are going to relieve the gas cliff anytime soon. I then want to just touch on an issue that was raised by Honorable Thring, and that is the regulatory environment. Now, throughout the presentations, through all 3 presentations, all 4 presentations, mention is made of the need to inspire investor confidence and to make a regulatory environment where there is certainty and so on. So my question is, what specifically do we still need? Now, one of the issues that I have here is that IGUA, in their presentation, identify the fact that the gas master plan has been on hold or in the works since 2013 or thereabouts. That makes 12 years that we've allowed this thing to slip, and we still don't have a finalized gas master plan. So why are we taking so long to finalize policy that should be driving our investment in oil and gas infrastructure? And why is it hindering our investors who have the potential to address some of these issues in the country? My last question is to SASOL, and it might be a little bit too technical, but is it possible to switch from natural gas to methane-rich gas backwards and forwards? I mean, you're talking about bridging the gap with methane-rich gas. If I'm an end user, can I just switch? Is that possible? Is that doable? I don't know. Can I get some clarity on that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mailem. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. My contribution will be as follows. I am quite disappointed with the Central Energy Fund. They have been around enough to have analyzed things better for us. Chairperson, over a period of 15 years, the Central Energy Fund has been having legal problems on behalf of the departments in terms of all the proposed investments that it has spearheaded. The role of the Central Energy Fund should have been here today, telling us what has been the problems that have experienced and what have they done to open up on those investments. And most importantly, what has been the legal reform that is required to spearhead new and past investments so as to enable certain legal appeals, certain institutional legal reform to be led by the ministry. I am sitting here, Chairperson. I do not see the future of gas in the next 25 years. There is no plan. Let me tell you, we cannot rely on Mozambique any longer, any further. We need to play back on what we had before 15 years ago, on proposed legal projects and proposed opportunities. For instance, there were opportunities around gas in Moy River, just like there was opportunities in the Karoo area. We need to reform our legal impetus so as to sharpen the availability of these initiatives to be plugged in the system. Chairperson, our government is so quick to advance certain things and actually put a stoppage on certain laws, such as BEE for certain companies. Why are we not doing that to enable gas investments and gas ventures to be implemented? We have not done for over 20 years any gas investment. The deal that we have with Mozambique is going to hit at that end very soon. If Mozambican government can decide that they are no longer in favor of the pipeline with South Africa, but they are in favor of local processing and then have everything being sold to South Africa as a complete product, it will mean that we will not have access to that pipeline. Countries both in the north and in the west of Africa are taking care of their resources legally and using nationality-based organizations to do the reinvestments. If Mozambique were to say today, let everything be refined in Mozambique and be sent to South Africa, that will flag a risk on the price and the possibility to get on with mutual consent on the pipeline in Mozambique. I am also disappointed with SASOL. With the advent of the political developments, they are not indicating if there could be programs that could prevent them having access to Mozambique as a result of maybe a reformed way in which the Mozambican government will prefer the refining of resources. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mfukeng, and followed by Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I will go straight to my questions. My first questions to SAOGA, Chairperson. I would like to know, Chair, what contingency plans are being proposed to avoid an energy security crisis in the short to medium term? And I would also like to know, is there an alignment between government policy and private sector readiness to mitigate the gas cliff? If not, I would like to know, Chair, what are the disconnects? And also, Chair, I would like to know what opportunities exist for local content development in the gas value chain, and how can SMMEs be involved? And also, Chairperson, on SASOL, I would like to know what are the pricing mechanisms? What pricing mechanisms will SASOL adopt to ensure affordability for the new industrial users? And how will small and medium enterprises gain access to gas under SASOL model? Lastly, Chair, on IGUA SA, can IGUA SA provide data on economic contributions of its member industries, particularly in terms of GDP and employment? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. Honorable Ngosi, I don't see any other hands. Can
Mr. Nchabileng's hand was raised earlier, Chair, and Mayor San, and now Mr. Bapti as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I will just show a video just a little bit, just to show that I'm not a robot. It's me, Honorable Chair. For network's sake, then I will close the video. Chair, greetings to you and all honorable members in the meeting and all the officials, departments, and entities. Chair, I'll just go also straight to the question due to time. I will start with IGUA SA. Chair, there is a SASOL interim redirect methane rich gas. They call it, Chair, MRG. That is or will be produced at Secunda SASOL operations. And I understand it's produced as a stop gas measure, probably to maintain gas surplus from mid-2028 through to mid-2030. What I want to know, Chair, what are the full implications of MRG plan, including potential price increases for industrial users and the technical adjustments required at the customer facilities? That is my first question for IGUA, Chair. Also, I wanted to check with IGUA what innovative funding models can be exploited to attract the necessary private sector investment in gas infrastructure and exploration, given the substantial capital requirements. Also, my last question on IGUA is that what are concrete steps will be taken to streamline regulations and approvals for gas projects, ensuring quicker turnaround times and reducing administrative burdens? That is for IGUA, Chair. Then I have also questions for SASOL. SASOL, what measures will be put in place to mitigate the economic impact on industrial gas users who will lose their SASOL gas supply? That is the first question. Also, I wanted to check how will the just energy transition principles be practically implemented? I mean, practically implemented, Chair, to ensure that the shift to gas does not lead to significant job losses or adverse social impacts in the current coal-dependent regions. And wanted to check with SASOL, what is the timeline and feasibility of scaling up the green hydrogen and carbon capture technologies to eventually replace the natural gas as a feedstock for SASOL operations? Chair, those were the questions for SASOL and BUA. I have questions also for CEF, Chair. I wanted to check what is the speed of implementation given the agency of the gas cliff. Is the CEF group moving fast enough to develop the domestic resources and secure LNG imports? What are the specific timelines that are being adhered to for completion of the new infrastructure development and exploration. And Chair, also on CEF, given the concerns about the potential job creation figures in the oil and gas industry, I wanted to know what is the CEF strategy for the local contact development and skills transfer to ensure that South Africa is truly benefiting from the gas discoveries. Lastly, Chair, on the CEF is that how is the CEF addressing the environmental and social concerns raised by the anti-fossil fuel lobby groups to ensure that the gas exploration and development proceed with broad stakeholder support and minimal legal delays? What is the plan for transparent communication and community engagement? And yeah, I think, Chair, those are the questions. But beyond exploration, Chair, with CEF, I wanted to emphasize that the emphasis must also be placed on developing the midstream and downstream infrastructure to ensure that the gas can be transported and utilized effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. Honorable Njabele.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, my questions I actually wanted to be in a format that I had proposed earlier. So I don't know how to really work around this whole thing. As a result, what I propose is that one, I would put together a whole series of these questions in question format to each and every entity and the departments. And the other thing is, I think, Chair, if we don't change the format of this process on how we are questioning, and we do this sardine style of all of us asking questions in a row and trying to arrive at a conclusion where we get answers, it's not going to be beneficial. And really, from now onwards, we're going to start protesting this whole process. And as a result, I'm not going to ask any questions today. I will field questions that I have right now in a written format, but we are openly protesting because we have raised this issue even within our party's higher structures to say we are not afforded an opportunity to interact directly with departments. Instead, we are just made to sit there and ask 2 minutes, 3 minutes question process without getting proper feedback from the representations of these presentations that we received today. Very incredible information that was provided, incredible presentations that were given, issues of a crisis that we are facing, and yet we cannot articulate ourselves correctly and engage directly with the recipients that have actually delivered this particular presentations. So as a result, really, we are going to protest from this point of view as MKP to say we cannot accept this format of doing this particular questioning process. It's been high enough, we've raised this matter, and we get ignored, unfortunately. Even when we write some of these things on a written format, we still get ignored. So the only maybe modality that you would understand is for us to protest. So I'm not going to ask any questions in respect to this. I will write in these questions and expect the various organizations and entities that have presented today, including the department, to provide us with those extensive information, because we are facing the gas cliff is a serious crisis that is pending in South Africa and we're facing. And instead of engaging in a robust manner that would help us to change the economic trajectory of this country and position it to be one of the leading in the world, we are now literally reduced in this particular august House of Parliament to a non-significant player, and we do not agree to that. We understand the fundamentals. I mean, South Africa, one of the presenters, for instance, mentioned a key case study of Guyana. Guyana that is sitting with currently about 60 to 70, a trillion capacity of gas capacity, whereas South Africa has 7 times that value, in terms of gas capacity, and nothing has been done about it, which means there is a direct sabotage that is happening in this country in respect to our natural resources, as well as the exploitation of these natural resources, and including the fact that the minister himself, that is why I wanted to interact with this, said it in his remarks as he was closing before he left, that he is worried and concerned that the Department of Fisheries and Forestry and Environmental Affairs should have by now given the guidelines, given the fact that there is a moratorium that should lift the shale gas issues. And that has not yet been done, which means there is another deliberate sabotage to delay processes for South Africa to open up the exploration of its gas potential and opportunity. And for that fact, we have questions that we want to raise to individual organizations and individual entities within the department, and we are not given that opportunity. So we are going to protest now and say we are not going to ask questions. We will send in these questions, and hopefully in the next format, this particular process of questioning would have been corrected and would have been made right. We are not very happy, Chair, and this is really deliberate ignoring us in terms of our inputs and contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Honorable Njabelen. But out of your input, there are also questions that I think the team is going to also address them. And all honorable members are free to write questions and send to the teams via the secretary so that the secretary is able to make a follow-up whether they have been answered or not. So you are free to also do that if you don't want to do it today. But Honorable Njabelen, you are given enough time. And I even said that the meeting will stretch the meeting not to 1 o'clock this time around, because we want to give everybody. So it's up to you to keep on contesting what we are doing for quite a long time. And you were part and parcel of this process, and you agreed before. But if you're still free that you want to ask some, you can. If you don't, you are free also to write to the teams or entities about your questions. Honorable Bapti.
Thank you, Chair. Do you need me to put my camera on?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Bapti,
okay,
continue.
Chair, I'll continue. We as government have put ourselves in this precarious position through a failure to conclude and implement the regulatory instruments that will service the gas value chain. Now, in the CEF presentation, I don't think it identified the urgency and the specifics that came through in the other presentations, and that for me is a bit of a disappointment. My question is a bit of a rhetorical one, and it's aimed more at the departments. And that is why we're not seeing this urgency for domestic development coming through from the departments, given our own medium-term priorities. I would have thought that with those medium-term priorities and the position we're in economically, that there would be a serious urgency to this. And one of the important aspects that came through is the importance of policy and regulatory development taking place in parallel with the development of the sector. And so my question is not specifically aimed at any of the presenters, possibly the CEF, but I'm just concerned that as a portfolio committee and as departments, there doesn't seem to be a huge urgency on government side to get on with gas development, which could have massive implications for our economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. Honorable Fassi.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Let me start with questions for IGUA SA. So I'm just interested in how will all of the investment required for the importation of LNG be utilized once our own natural gas is sort of brought on stream? Our natural gas is also going to require its own infrastructure, and this may not necessarily be close to any of the other infrastructure where investment is currently being suggested. Is this a temporary suggestion that you're making with a sort of 20-year life cycle for the import assets? I think the critical issue that I'm trying to really make sense of here is, you know, when we produce our own gas, will we be sitting with redundant assets on which we effectively owe a lot of money? So that's the first one. My second question is also to Gua, and it's around the investment model that's been proposed. Is there a preferred model by the industry? And I know that, I mean, even in this presentation today, we've received a number of different potential interventions. I'm just interested in if there is a preferred model, and has it been proposed to government officially? And if so, what was the outcome? And I use the word officially because, you know, we work in a very bureaucratic environment, good and bad, often bad, because it just slows things down. But as a result of that, so often we don't really get our message to who we need to. I'm also going to pose my next question, Chair, to SASOL. What would the price of gas be to make an investment in natural gas? So if we're saying that we want natural gas to be feasible, what would the price of gas sort of look like and be? And I understand NERSA, I understand all of that, but we need to have an understanding here. And over what time period would that look like? And that's really following on, Chair, from all the other questions that members have made regarding the cost to consumer. And one of the things, and I think it is important to mention here, even though I was going to mention it later, is that even if you look at the IRP 2019, and I know we're still waiting to finalize the most recent IRP, but it doesn't utilize as much gas in the mix. And one of the reasons why I thought this is the case is because it translates to a higher electricity price for Eskom sort of residents when it comes down the value chain. So this is very important for us to understand. How will the gas expansion beyond industrial use affect the electricity price for ordinary South Africans? I know all the stuff about electricity mix and energy availability, all of that stuff, but I'm asking now about what that could do. And that's ultimately because we need to understand sort of where the most marginalized are going to be hit the worst. I echo the concerns about cost to consumer regarding the methane-rich gas. I know SASOL said it might be cheaper, but cheaper for who? Cheaper for SASOL or cheaper for consumer? Because even if it's cheaper for SASOL to do, by the time we get it through the pipelines, and I also want to know, members have asked a technical question, I mean, can you just swap out the infrastructure? I mean, this is a highly capital-intensive industry, and I would be very interested to know if you could go from LNG to methane-rich gas and use the same stuff, and how often can you go back and forth, as is asked? Because, of course, what is that going to do to the cost? And, of course, what is that going to do when you claim costs from NERSA? Because we always want to blame NERSA, but the reality is what we ask for often is quite high. So, yeah, Chair, I've asked about gas expansion. I also think, Chair, there's value in us as a PC reaching out to other stakeholders to hear beyond big business. And this has been, let me also caveat that by saying this has been a very, not just interesting, it's been a very thought-provoking and an eye-opening meeting, because we haven't actually heard from big business on this. So I want us to also go further and understand what civil society is saying, what's labor saying, you know. I think Honorable Vusi mentioned, what is it going to do to the working class on the ground? This is also a government question. I mean, what's National Treasury's role? This is to everybody, because everybody keeps mentioning guarantees. From who? The state government, with an already strained fiscus. Perhaps, Chair, and it's a pity the minister's not here, maybe we need to consider, you know, an interministerial sort of task team or something on the issue of the gas cliff, because this thing is quite urgent. And, you know, you're hearing urgency from business. I don't know if we're hearing enough urgency from SEF and from the department, but you sort of need, you know, electricity and energy, you need mineral and petroleum resources, you need trade and industry, you need transport because of the logistics. You know, you need quite a number of stakeholders here to solve this crisis. And I'm concerned that we don't have a holistic approach. And in fact, Minister said that. I agree with him. He's saying that we need a strategy to solve the gas cliff. And I'm concerned that we don't have an all-encompassing one. We need to test everything that's been said today in terms of feasibility, resources, investment. And then again, we ask, as we've asked till we blue in the face, where is the gas master plan? DG Mbele, I know that there's been some separation, but again, because gas is one of those things, and SEF is another one of those things that straddle both departments, where is the gas master plan? There's some general agreement that we need to anchor our LNG and gas to power. This is critical, and this is why I need to understand how much of this has been spoken about with Eskom, with the National Transmission Infrastructure Company. This is also critical to the intervention. I think, Chair, in our next engagement, we also need to invite them. What are their plans in this regard? They may not even have any because they're new to the game in that way. And then I think my last points, Chair, are to SEF. I mentioned, are you working with NTCSA? I mentioned that. But effectively, what needs to happen from both DMPR and DEE to actually implement what you're saying, and by when? Is it a issue where both ministers need to speak? Is this a more technical bureaucratic issue? I mean, we're sitting on a ticking time bomb, and I feel like we keep, shoving the issue aside. Oh, we'll deal with it. And the reality is 3 years is nothing in this industry. And in fact, it's upon us. And ultimately, Chair, this is my last point. We must make a decision. I wish the minister was still here. We must just make a decision on what we're going to do, especially on gas to power, because if we don't, we're going to continuously talk about all the different interventions, which have value and use. But until we decide that we're actually going to do something, nothing's going to happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fasia. Now, let me give over to the team to answer all the questions. And after that, it's still time. At least we did a very sterling job in terms of questioning. So we can also accept and allow the follow-up questions. Over to you, Tim. Which one is going to start?
Can we start, Chair? Sir?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'll run through all the questions from the honorable members and the comments, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Msabala, who was also presenting, Chair, to go through any that I may have left. I'll go to the first remarks, Chair, by the Honorable Minister before the Minister exited. And the Minister is correct. We need a coherent solution for us to be in a position to solve the gas cliff. Now, SAF has been working around the clock with different role players to ensure that we find a solution in relation to enabling the Matola LNG infrastructure. Because when we talk about the gas cliff, Chair, that aspect of enabling that infrastructure development becomes important. And I think speaker after speaker in relation to their presentations have indicated how critical enabling that infrastructure is. And I'll get to what that is going to mean going forward. And Chair, I think Mr. did touch on the issues of the legislation in relation to the regulations. Those regulations are critical. The water use regulations and the hydraulic fracturing regulations that are to come. I think they'll open up good onshore space for us to exploit shale gas. And to Honorable Paulsen's first questions, Chair, the FID that is critical, the final investment decision that is critical to enable the critical infrastructure in Matola is one that is linked to gas to power. And that is simply because of the price of gas that is going to come out of that LNG scheme that becomes important for us to avail that gas. Once that gas to power project is anchored, we just need a PPA, because as SAF, I think different honorable members raised the question that the state or SAF may not be taking the gas cliff seriously. And I think from the standpoint of what has happened, Chair, that is incorrect. In fact, the only fully permitted gas to power project is in Komati Port, and the aim of SAF fully developing that project was to anchor the Matola LNG project, simply because we understand that the economics of gas to power are the ones that are going to also be critical in resolving the issue of gas to power. So not only did the Central Energy Fund increase its shareholding in the Romco pipeline, that enables and remains a critical asset in relation to resolving the
the issue of accessing gas from Mozambique to South Africa, but it has also intensified efforts in relation to partnership with the ENH to ensure that there is consideration for domestic gas to come to South Africa because of the pricing advantage that our users are going to be enjoying. And I think what becomes also important in relation to what Robert Paulson has indicated in relation to the various projects. One, the one that relates to anchoring the Matola LNG, the gas to power. We have an EPCF solution for that, and whether we do bid window one or we get a ministerial directive for a PPA, that project is ready for it to be unlocked, and it took a lot of work for us to get it to that point. And any developer in gas to power will attest to that, Chair. And on, I think the last question from Honorable Paulson to us in relation to why the approach of cost plus in relation to the LNG consideration is because you need a stable and predictable pricing regime over a long-term period for you to be able to have a tariff that makes sense for you to enable the anchoring of that project. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it then allows the amortization of investment from the LNGs, the Matola LNG standpoint, and also the PPA to make sense. And I think the other questions were to other presenters. And I'll go to Honorable Wayne's question directed to SAF Chair. The question was, where are we in relation to some of the tapping into the reserve, onshore and offshore? Petro SA is hard at work in relation to Block 2C, Block 9, and also in relation to Block 11B, 12B, for us to do the necessary work to get those on stream. So there's a lot of work, Chair, that we're doing in relation to farming out and ensuring that we invite partners who can come and also assist in relation to ensuring that the well programs and the block programs are actually advanced. And I think there was a matter also of the relationship with Mozambique that Honorable Wayne raised. I think, Chair, I need to emphasize the importance of South Africa maintaining good relations with Mozambique as far as the gas economy is concerned. And if we do not, there's going to be significant and dire implications to the industries that are represented by the Gas Users Association, and also to SASOL, and also to household consumers of the gas that we have from Mozambique. I think the approach that we prefer is the one of maintaining the good economic and cordial relationship and partnership between the two countries. And what that has led to, Chair, is us entering into heads of agreements with the ENH, which is the self-equivalent in Mozambique, because for every concession, about 25% is held of Mozambique's interest is held by ENH, and that's where we are negotiating favorable pricing for the different gas users and also for gas to power projects. And I think the conflict or the challenges that came about in the northern part, we've been holding different engagements with the Mozambican government, and they've kept us also abreast in relation to developments and how they're managing that situation up north, Chair. And I think the other question in relation to the Honourable Member, I think it's for the department. I will then move to Honourable Malem's question directed at SEF. I think, Chair, the presenter was quite clear when they were presenting that we are presenting here the timelines in relation to the projects, and indicated when they presented in relation to risk mitigation that this was the initial picture that was there. There are lessons to be learned in relation to that project, not only from issues of permitting, but also from issues of load factor and so forth. And the presenter did indicate how the lessons learned are filtering into different load factor consideration and so forth. So I think I'm not sure, Chair, whether it was the issue of maybe connection on the part of honorable member, but I think there was a clear indication in relation to the lessons learned in relation to that risk mitigation program, and the presenter did clearly indicate that the program has been scrapped, but there are lessons to be learned from those. In relation to 11B, 12B, we are closely working with the developers that are left in the block. So that timeline is coming from the engagements that we continue to have with the developers that are left in the block that really are doing good technical work and engaging also PetroSA. And I think, Chair, there's an opportunity also in this block for new entrants to come in and ensure that this block is unlocked. But the difference between the work that is being done now and what was done is that the developers that are remaining are willing to do more technical work also with PetroSA, so that technical work filters into the pricing of gas, as opposed to an approach that limited the necessary technical studies that could have then reduced risk and led to a lower pricing regime that is in a position to unlock that gas from a demand standpoint. So I think sometimes we just need to indicate that the pricing of that gas became a problem because there needed to be more commitment in relation to doing increased technical work. I think the gas master plan, the department will respond to that. Chair, I think from Honorable Mbata to serve on the first question, the one that is related to legal problems in relation to the investment. Chair, the issue in relation to investment required for Matola LNG has not really been legal. It's an economic consideration that says we need to harmonize the time required to amortize the investment on the Mozambican side and on the South African side. And the work that we've done as Central Energy Fund matches that through this fully permitted gas to power project. 1, 2, we're engaging on with the Mozambican counterparts in relation to near producing blocks around the Pandentemane. So I think that becomes important also for consideration of blended pricing in relation to gas. And I think in relation to the appeals, there is a well-established EIA consideration system from PASA to the department and the appeals to the DFFE. And I think the department will take us through that, Chair. And what also becomes important for us to note, Chair, is that the Mozambicans are really willing to ensure that they work with the South African side to ensure that the gas users that are represented by the association today and SASOL are in a position to actually get the necessary gas, but also have discussions beyond the current concession that ends by 2030 of the ROMCO pipeline with the South African government to extend that. So that is the extent of the work, Chair, over and above the guest lift that we have been doing as SAF. And I think, Chair, without getting the infrastructure sorted out, linked to ROMCO, we would not be solving any problem. And that's why we took it upon ourselves as working also with the industry to come up with a project that will anchor that investment, because we understand the type of challenges that the colleagues that are also in the call historically have faced. But it will take a South Africa approach, Chair. And I think the rest of the questions, Chair, I'm going to leave to Mr. Msabala, but also just to take a question from Honorable Bati that had indicated that there is no agency that is being seen from the standpoint of the state. I think, Chair, our efforts in terms of real investment in the ROMCO pipeline, number one. Two, unlocking the domestic gas with the Mozambicans, those discussions are advanced. But secondly, also ensuring that we engage in relation to the extension of the concession beyond 2028, because that's not the only challenge that we're facing. Demonstrate the extent to which we take this seriously. As I speak to you, Chair, our representatives at the Petro SA and SAF as well in Mozambique to engage and continue finding solutions to this problem. I'll just hand it over now to Mr. Msabala, Chair, for any questions that I may have left, including the ones asked by Honorable Hassan.
Hello, Mr. Makaj. You must also think about other entities that have to answer. We've got time up until 2. After that, at least the meeting should have been out. Thank you very much. The one who's going to present it now, it's fine, but quick.
No, noted, Chair. Thanks for the guidance. Chair, just to deal with the few outstanding questions, I think the honourable member did ask about the speed of implementation, which is a critical question in ensuring that the infrastructure and the molecules are available. Just to demonstrate that, Chair, there's about 4 key projects that we highlighted in our presentation. And all those projects are in full swing. The first one, of course, being the Port of UGA, which we are finalizing the TOA, and that's a work that the TNPA is basically finalizing within the governance structure. So just to demonstrate that the project highlighted here actually are live projects and are updated in terms of it being completed. Saldanha, in the Port of Saldanha, the terminal that we have embarked on through Section 79, issued by the Minister of Transport, we are finalizing even the terminal operator agreement for it to be able to solve the issues around the scope, the issues around the readiness of the infrastructure, which we feel within the next 2 months will be in the position to have completed with TNPA. The CE has indicated around the Komati Port, it's a one critical project, Chair, as we leave this meeting, that obviously requires a focused attention. What it does, Chair, it does unlock that big project that we need to see it unlocking LNG from the other side of Mozambique. What it means is that we are working on ensuring that we submit for bid window 1, but also engagement that will take the form of ministerial directive to ensure that we give meat to this project. And what is important here is that when governments start to do this project, they give confidence to the private market to ensure that we're not just talking about inviting people to tender, but we actually lead in terms of executing this project to the fullest. The Port of Richards Bay, VOPEC and TPL, as we all know, are involved in that project. It does answer to a certain problem statement within the gas sector, and we're fully following development in that. And some of the engagement we've had with them from a gas aggregation point of view. Chair, the second last question. The member, honourable member, referred to local content. What socio-economic framework do SAF has? this is a very important question for us as a state-owned enterprise, Chair. We have a socio-economic study that we perform in our project, and part of this is to look at both the operational maintenance of the facility that we put, but also on the engineering, procurement, and construction. What I'm trying to say, Chair, is that the report and the studies that we do will then inform the type of midstream, downstream market that we are able to service. Again, Chair, in our presentation, we mentioned that all these projects offers us an opportunity that you can't miss in terms of deriving or defining a new narrative for our people to get involved, whether it's for job creation, local content, or even science, technology, and engineering and mathematics provision to our people. All those are part of the system. Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makasha. You took the whole time for other entities. The other following team, CEO.
Thank you, Honourable Mvana. If I may come in on the questions directed to the Industrial Gas User Association. If you would allow me, I would like to start off with the questions raised by Honourable Hassan, because some of the answers in that question also addresses some of the other questions potentially. Honourable Hassan, the reference to utilization of infrastructure, of course, the risk of stranded assets. I mean that certainly is an important question and consideration in the economic investment. This infrastructure is not cheap, and of course, the utilization of that remains important to support the business case for it. Now, it is also important to note that we are referring here to a world of gas addition. It is not either or. It is and. We see the West Coast probably and potentially being a domestic gas or regional gas supply point over the medium term. And over the short term, of course, the infrastructure requirements on the East Coast. And in our opinion, the most critical ones are, of course, the Mozambican play in Hasaro Matola. We've got Richards Bay and potentially Kucha. Now, each of those will stand and survive on its particular business case. And the contracting strategies around that remain important from a user perspective. But if you look at where gas demand is heading in South Africa, we see that there is a regional market, of course, on the East Coast for imported LNG and domestic and regional gas from the West Coast to fill the demand as we anticipated. So we certainly don't see that we're going to end up with stranded assets. In any event, these contracting and financing periods are probably in the region of about 15 years plus, and it will take at least 10 to 15 years to develop the domestic gas play in South Africa, in our opinion. The second question Honourable Hassan posed was around the funding mechanisms and the particular models that are being considered. In this market uncertainty and without any discernible direction provided by the state or the suppliers of gas in South Africa, industry has invested a considerable amount of time and energy and resources to develop this particular market or aggregation model. This model has now been implemented. In other words, we understand exactly we've advanced with the contractual arrangements in terms of supply, gas transportation, and so on. But the table has been set. What is missing here is essentially that guarantee underpinning. Now, this is critically important for us to essentially bank this transaction for the benefit of the country. And this is where the conversations on a public-private partnership needs to take place. There's various models of this. The one that you can refer to is what we see as a layered type of guarantee model. The other one is a blended finance and first loss pool model. The other one is sort of a SPV with a type of sovereign support level. Now, these models do not require a single dollar or rand from the South African fiscus. However, we need the safety pin when things go wrong. If you take a layered guarantee model, for example, what is key here, is that this is typically where the risk of a transaction of this nature is split into layers. Government takes some of it, DFIs take other parts of the risk, and the private sector as well takes some risk. So consider a package which is being placed in a box. You know, that first protective layer would be provided by the government. The second layer, for example, the box itself, would be provided by a DFI, where you could probably use the metaphor that the tape around the box could be provided by the private sector. That's one model. A blended finance first loss pool, typically a shared pool of funds from government or DFIs, absorbs early losses in a project, so investors feel safer and more willing to commit capital. Consider the arrangement of a party and everyone brings something to contribute to that, and it is washed out by bad weather. The guy that brings the meat is not unnecessarily penalized, and everyone shares in a type of risk. The other one is typically there are precedents in South Africa around these things. The SPV with sovereign support. Consider the toll concessions that we have in the country, the Limpopo water schemes that we have. So it is a blend of these things that is so important for us to bed down. Right now, the private sector cannot pick up this. It is too onerous. The extent of these guarantees are typically around infrastructure, performance guarantees, payment guarantees, and they run into the hundreds of millions of dollars. So for us to unlock that, that is the only missing portion to conclude a transaction to avoid the gas cliff. And we have about a 6 to 9 month window in order to do that. So it's really that safety pin that we need from government. We don't need the cash. There's sufficient money going around from lenders, developers, but it is what attracts that money and how do we mobilize that? That is what we're after. And that manifests in the guarantee structure. I want to move on to the question posed by Honorable Nkosi around the price implications and technical implications of methane-rich gas. So we are not sure what the price of methane-rich gas is going to be. SASOL need to consider that and, of course, provide feedback to the market as soon as possible so that those processes can progress. The technical implication, of course, these are minor. The similarity between the synthetic gas from coal and natural gas is quite similar in terms of methane content. There are certain differences, but the technical application of methane-rich gas requires, if at all, minimal technical interventions. Typically, you're moving now into technical territory where the burner flames and the Wobber index and all those things play out. But we can adopt as a country for a temporary period to methane-rich gas. I think, Honorable Nkosi, if you would agree, the innovative funding models, I think we've spoken about that. And then you've also asked around the concrete steps towards regulatory streamlining, etc. I think we do have a regulatory model in South Africa, largely provided by NERSA. I'm talking about mid and downstream development. I'll come to the upstream side just now. Mid and downstream, we have a fairly mature regulatory environment. There are still some gaps, and we see the complexity now coming into the market that these will require some strengthening from a regulatory perspective. In principle, the Gas Act allows for developments, access to infrastructure, equitability, and empowerment. And we believe that within this regulatory environment, certainly the mid and downstream decisions can take place, provided there's some tweaks on the mechanisms, pricing mechanisms, and so on. I think where we do have a problem, though, is on the upstream side, which is also impacted by environmental regulations and legislation. And it's not necessarily the construct of these regulations and acts, but rather the ability to stop this, to stop any development. This is currently costing South Africa dearly in terms of attracting investment and making upstream access to gas possible for the demand needs of the South Africa. So we have many legal matters at play, environmental. There's some foreign interference, without a doubt, in some of these court cases, which are essentially foreign funded. And I think sovereignty becomes very important for us as a country if we want to maintain access to gas. And of course, it's not only to meet the gas domestically, but in terms of the export opportunities and the impact on the balance of payments, this is probably where the bigger benefit lies in terms of the ability to export, to become an energy exporter over time. I then want to move to the question of Honorable Mfokeng around the economic contribution, GDP employment. We have about, it was about 12, 18 months ago, we've performed an internal assessment on this, looking at publicly available information and those organizations that are using gas at the moment. The GDP contribution is purely a function of turnover and domestic turnover and contribution of the gas sector to the South African economy. And the employment figures were publicly available, were then sourced, and then the information that was privately available was done by means of interviewing those organizations. There's roughly about 300, 320 organizations that use gas in South Africa. These companies are situated in KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Secunda at the moment. And like we indicated earlier, are deeply reliant on the use of gas in their processes. I then want to move to the question posed by Honorable Maxim around the aggregator model, the triple P structure, the runway, and the decisions that are required in order to move forward right now. So, like we have indicated, the aggregator model was developed by industry, and it's an open access platform. It is simply a market platform which is not designed to make profit. It is by virtue of the Competition Commission directive and the exemption, it has to be open access for SMMEs, large, mid-medium corporations to participate. It provides simply the ability to buy and sell, but at the same time to consolidate risk to enable infrastructure development. There's a big difference between gas trading per se and that of an aggregator. An aggregator is purely a marketplace, where we often hear that companies say that we will become an aggregator, but it simply means that I want to take advantage of this position to become a super trader for profit. This is completely different. And I think it's that dynamic which requires us to sit around the table to come up with the only remaining piece in this puzzle which we need to put in. And that comes down to this particular risk, the design of the risk sharing model that we refer to. Once we have that in place, we can certainly confirm that the transaction can move forward. We should guard against talking about ambitions, engagements, discussions with parties, etc. To avoid the gas cliff, we need to focus at a transactional level how to move this forward. And that is the last remaining decision that is required to do so. Other than that, the platform remains open by virtue of its design. It is a platform that can attract, and the more volume you can layer onto this, the better the business case becomes for those investors. A lot has been said around the decisions, following the decisions on demand aggregation. Currently, industry don't have sufficient demand to bank a project. We have to layer this. And this is where the conversation with power developers, particularly on the ROMCO, and again, I'm only referring to the gas cliff. We understand the Richards Bay play, the Kuga play, etc. But the ROMCO is so important. We're aware of two developments, one under the I4P and the other one indicated by CEF. And it is critically important that these parties, together with the authorities and the government, sit around the table and say, how can we move forward by layering the demand so that we can bank a project? That's the other decision that we need to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Shaho. Who's the next one?
Good afternoon, Chair. Honourable Chair,
Okay.
Thank you for the brilliant questions and comments, honourable members. I believe we certainly on the right track. It is about now putting together a strategy. Honourable Thring made a brilliant suggestion about identifying the most important blockages for investment into the oil and gas industry and into exploration, and particularly the gas cliff situation, addressing that. I think that is definitely a good suggestion. And I started by saying, we need to develop a coherent strategy in line with the minister's suggestion as well, to address the gas cliff and beyond, because it's not only about the gas cliff, it is about the future growth of South Africa and the war against poverty. So we want to suggest that we look at the Upstream Petroleum Resource Development Act, and if necessary, it has to be amended. If necessary, we need to speed up and make sure, if we cannot address some of the issues through regulations, we need to look at the Act again. One of the issues raised by industry is the cost of BBBE on top of the other costs and government take. So that certainly is an area that needs to be looked at as part of moving forward. The NEMA legislation is an issue. We simply have to make the investment situation attractive, the proposition attractive. If we don't do that, invariably companies will go elsewhere. So we need to make sure that we attract investment to South Africa. Some community education needs to be done, and then a local content question I'm going to also address as part of this. So we're not starting from zero in terms of local content. Pre-COVID, SAOGA and partners developed some 2,000 apprentices into becoming artisans. And we did a bit of a survey of 10% of those apprentices, and some of you may have heard this said before, but I think it's such a significant issue. Of the 2,000 apprentices, the 10%, 200 interviewed, 96% of them were employed. Some of the others had reasons given. He's working for his dad, the one said, and the other said he was working offshore. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I believe we do not start from zero. We have ways of dealing with making sure that there is a competent, world-class workforce in South Africa, and also certification in terms of engineering practices and all of that. We do not start from zero. It is a matter of making sure that it happens. And Honourable Chair, I would like to ask the chair of our gas economy leadership team to come in, and he may have some ideas to add and some issues to address as well. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, if I may. Honourable Chair, if I may go ahead.
Hello? Great.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
may I go ahead? Thank you.
Yes.
Honourable Chair, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with Minister Mantashe's first comment on the backlog. And that backlog is a matter of record, not only at PASA, but also in the department. Excuse me. The department has a record of the applications under the old Act for TCPs, which are technical cooperation permits, exploration rights, production rights, and so on. Obviously, there's now also the added requirement that will arise once the UPRDA, the Act and its regulations are finalized, hopefully with amendments proposed by industry taken on board, but there will be a need for conversion of upstream oil and gas old order rights to new order rights. Again, you run the risk then of backlogs in the conversion, besides the migration from the initial rights, reconnaissance, technical cooperation permit type rights, which will fall away, but also then moving from exploration right to production right. These things, if they do not happen efficiently, investors lose confidence, they look elsewhere, projects flop. It's as simple as that, right? And we can't afford for any of these projects to flop, because we have heard, today we have heard that there is a crisis and there are jobs to be lost. There are livelihoods and lives to be lost. Honorable Paulson asked a question on which issues in particular in the Upstream Petroleum Resource Development Bill we had challenges with and did not make it into the UPRDA. Well, none of the proposals from industry were accommodated. I think a previous session of this committee, the question had been asked by a member of parliament to an official who confirmed in that session that none of the industry inputs have been accommodated in the UPRDA. Now, as unfortunate as that is, we can't simply cry over spilt milk. We need to take action now. We heard Jaco's timeframes, we heard Iguasa's timeframes, 6 to 9 months or it's over. 77,000 plus jobs gone, right? We know that our upstream industry is not going to save the day and that we have to import LNG. But if we had started this 15 years ago, when the MPRDA was on the table for amendment and industry was not listened to then, Madam Chair, then we would have been 15 years down the track. We would have been where Guyana is right now, potentially, if we had sorted our regulatory framework out back then. So the lessons to be learned from that is that the key issues that industry raised was around putting investors in a decision where they can model the risk and the reward without regulations accompanying an act, without the fiscal package accompanying an act. There is nothing to model. There is absolutely no risk and rewards to model without the regulatory and fiscal package. And by the way, amending the regulations and asking for public comments on the regulations, one has to accept, Madam Chair, that the Act is superior to the regulations. You cannot change the Act by changing a regulation. It's the other way around. And so that needs to be fixed as well, but at the level of an Act before it can be fixed at the level of regulation. And then, of course, the fiscal package. What are we doing to incentivize investment in the way that Guyana has, in the way that Namibia has, Mozambique has, as developing economies, in particular as developing economies? Then the Honourable Thring asked the question on infrastructure and the gaps that are there. I think SEF answered it. I think SASOL answered it. I think Iguasa also answered it. There is a disconnect between the supply and the demand, and the midstream is where they interface. It's in the midstream of our ports, our pipelines, our rail, our roads, our transmission infrastructure. That is where the disconnect really is. And if the stakeholders on both the demand and the supply sides do not sit down with government and regulators in the same room to thrash this out urgently, we will be having the same conversation in 15 years' time. and I'm sorry, people have walked away. People have walked away, and we cannot afford for them to walk away any longer. Then I think Honorable Millerham's question was answered on the switchability between MRG and methane. Yes, it's a burner. It's a burner issue. The burners can be either dual fuel or they can be switched out. But there are gas appliances that can hot switch. In other words, whilst it's operating, you can switch from one fuel to the other, methane-rich gas to methane, diesel to methane. These are technologies that exist and are well proven in the marketplace. The question around BEE, yes, I think the general perception when foreigners enter the South African market is that BEE is number one, a tax, an additional tax. They also look at BEE as someone potentially connected with government claiming that they could assist in securing a deal. And that kind of BEE is not what BEE is supposed to be about. It is supposed to redress the imbalances of the past and empower the masses, not an elite. On the energy crisis, enough said. Local content, enough said. Small and medium enterprises, I think it's the supply chain where we need to structure our procurement programs in such a way that not only large contractors can participate in the supply chain. There are opportunities where subcontracting will be required, and the subcontractors and how they are managed by the lead EPC contractor is something that government and procurers need to consider very carefully, not only in terms of the general contract, but also the special contract for a particular procurement process. There is no way that an SME will grow if a tender requirement is that the minimum threshold qualification requirement is a construction industry development board grading of a minimum of 5. Well, what's going to happen to all of those SMMEs below CIDB 5, 1 to 5, who have the capabilities, who have the skills, the team, and the resources to fund their projects within their means, but to not get the opportunity simply because they are not a CIDB 9. So we need to carefully look at this because the way we support cash flow for those SMMEs, month to month, the turnaround on invoices, 60 days, 90 days, that is life or death of an SMME. On the last issue on stranded assets, I think with small-scale LNG in particular, mid-scale LNG, and even with some large-scale LNG configurations, the technology is so mobile, so modular, so flexible, that you do not need to have onshore tanks or LNG storage as an example. You could use an old LNG carrier as a floating storage unit. And when its time has expired, its commercial value has expired and it's no longer needed in the market, it can and must be then redeployed elsewhere in another jurisdiction or another port of ours. But it certainly is not necessarily a stranded asset. There are options where, of course, you can put onshore tank storage that could have some or other multi-purpose use, but that is perhaps too technical for today's discussion. In closing, we look forward to work with the Portfolio Committee when we start forging the institutional framework around the National Gas Compact that Jaco Human has referred to earlier. Parliament will need to keep us all on our toes, not only the private sector, but the executive as well. And we look forward to that and look forward to sharing further information with you. Whatever questions could not be answered verbally today, please feel free to send any questions via the secretary of this committee, who has our contact details, and we will gladly answer them in as much detail as required. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Is there
Chair.
any other presentation?
Yes, Chair, this is Rightwell from SASOL.
From SASOL? Okay.
Yes, may I proceed?
You will be the last one, eh? Otherwise,
Yes.
we're about to close the meeting. I'm sorry for that.
No problem,
Chair, just before SASOL proceed, Chair, the DPMR would like to comment as well, Chair. The Department of Mineral Resources.
Okay.
So,
Chair, they want to comment before SASOL's presentation?
No, they can present. I mean, they'll comment after SASOL, Chair.
Okay. Over to you, SASOL.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to bucket the questions that were addressed to us, and I'm going to ask my colleague Umesh to handle the issues around our technology advantage. That was the first question. And also, how do we keep up in terms of our cost efficiency of our business? The second question has to do with LNG pricing. Umesh will also handle that. And then I will ask Dumisani to handle the conversion of customers from MRG, from natural gas to MRG, as well as related pricing or price considerations that will be taken into consideration. Thanks. Over to you, Umesh.
Thank you, Rightwell. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question around how we maintain our advantage or FT advantage came from Honorable Paulson. And the answer is, look, Sasolburg and Secunda are both carbon and hydrogen machines. That's the structure of the technology that we use. That's the fundamental basis of FT. Those assets are front and center of our future, and we're going to continue to maintain our competitive advantages in these assets. Looking specifically as to how we're going to do that, and drawing then to the feedstocks. On exploration and production, we're going to continue to look for more gas in southern Mozambique. It will be infrastructure led. It will be looking for gas that we can tie into our assets. So we're not giving up the prospect of further gas from southern Mozambique. On the coal side, again, now this speaks to the future of carbon. We've recently taken material FIDs to improve the efficiency of our coal value chain, and that coal will continue to be part of our business for the foreseeable future. We are also starting to look at bio-based feedstocks. These are really in small increments at this point in time. There's a supply chain which needs to develop to support that at scale, and that brings about its own challenges. But that is also an opportunity for us to maintain our FT advantage and also then position our products on a greener basis or transition our products. Hydrogen, we will look at hydrogen and we will introduce this in line with its affordability. The one thing that we will not do is make steps that are not in line with transitioning of the market. So we will not be looking at step-out technologies and forcing the market into a regime which we just know is not practical or affordable. So we have a concrete plan to maintain our competitive advantage in FT, and the result of that will be that the plants might change its shape over time. The pace is uncertain. So that addresses Honorable Paulson's question. The question from Honorable Hassan on LNG pricing, specifically, the question was what pricing is needed to make gas to power work. I don't want to sidestep the question, but the reality is it depends. And I'm reluctant to put forward a number in this forum. The issues that will drive the affordability are scale. The larger the gas to power gets, the lower the unit cost gets. The choice around whether it's coastal or inland, a coastal gas to power plant benefits from a thermal efficiency point of view. So the units just perform better at the coast. given the higher oxygen content at the coast. So that's a criteria. The other criteria which is important is infrastructure, whether it's greenfields or brownfields led, and the ability to link up the electrons into the existing transmission network. This is a key factor that we must consider. And lastly, the operating philosophy. So whether a gas to power plant operates at base load or as a peaking unit has a very different, or results in a very different pricing structure. So with all these parameters put together, it's difficult to put forward a single price. It'll be project specific. I'll hand back to you, Rightwell.
Thank you, SASOL. Ariko, DMRE.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members. Chairperson, I'm aware that it's at the end of the meeting, so I'm going to confine my inputs to the issues, policy issues around the upstream oil and gas. And my comments are just to make sure that, Chairperson, we don't leave this meeting with misunderstandings, especially in light of some of the comments that my colleague from SAOGA made. I just wanted to reiterate, Chairperson, the point that was made by the Minister earlier, that insofar as the department is concerned, working with BUSA, who actually administer the process of licensing and issuing rights on behalf of the department, there is no backlog. The information that the Minister indicated is as such. I heard from, obviously, SAOGA that it sounds like what they are worried about is perceived backlog when the Act comes into effect. Obviously, there will be resources that will be put in place. So it's not that there is an existing backlog. I thought that I must make clear that there is no backlog insofar as administration is concerned for the upstream oil and gas. The second point, Chairperson, that I wanted to make is in relation to the process of consultation in relation to the bills. The first point of consultation when the bills are developed is pre-development of the bill. The second point is when the bill goes out for public comments. The third point is when the real lawmakers, which is Parliament, receive the bill and they take it out for public comments. And I would want to believe that in those three processes, it will be very, very difficult if comments that are made are ignored by all the different spheres that are considering the comments. I am aware specifically that I think the issue of contention between the department and SAOGA around the Act, because the President has already signed the Act, Upstream Petroleum Act, is in relation to state participation and BEE. And we maintain, and I think there was more support from those that commented on the bill, that those should be maintained, and hence they found their way into the bill. But we have extended an invitation to SAOGA for them to come and table the concerns that they have with the department directly, because that has not officially happened, and we're looking forward to engaging with them on the issues that they have in relation to the upstream sector. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought I should just clarify that.
Okay, I think for now we are done. I don't even see the hands for follow-up questions. But if honorable members have got the follow-up questions, they know the processes and the procedure. They just write down via the secretary and send it to that relevant entity. Otherwise, we won't finish. There are honorable members that are supposed to prepare for the sitting, which will sit at 3. So our meetings are supposed to end at 1. But this time around, we said we don't want to leave any stone unturned. For today, I wish to thank every body that has managed to attend this meeting, and we are thankful. You said that your doors are not closed, and really we still have to think over it and sleep over the presentation. We can ask as much question as we want. You are being thanked ever so much. The chair of the entities and also the members, thank you very much. You are released.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Take
Honorable
care.
Members.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you.
Chair, members.
Are we going to look at the minutes, Chair?
Yes. How many are there? How many sets?
Only one, Chair.
Only
last week.
one. Yeah, let's look because I don't like this thing piling and piling. Can you lead us flight the excuse me, flight the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. These are the minutes of last week, Wednesday, 28. Update by the IPP office on the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program, non-REIPPP, and battery energy storage systems. And then consideration and adoption of outstanding minutes, Chair. There's the attendance by committee members, parliamentary staff, Department of Electricity and Energy, and IPPO officials. Opening remarks by the chair, presentation by the IPPO, discussions, and then the consideration and adoption of outstanding minutes, and the adjournment, Chair. Reggie, Chair. Chair, Mayor San's hand is raised.
I also wanted you to correct this thing of the presence of honorable members and the ones that apologize, including the officials. Have you managed to?
Yeah, yes, correct, Chair. Yes, I did, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Fassi, why are we so many here in this platform? Didn't we said that we excuse other entities and we just want honorables only because it's internal business for now?
Chair, if you allow, I'll move for the adoption
27. Can we
Okay,
request
I'll
them
wait.
first? Yes, can we request them to excuse themselves from the meeting? Maybe they didn't hear that because the meeting is not adjourned. So I couldn't say adjourned. Okay. Now we're getting lesser. 21 at least. Honorable Fassi.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move for the adoption of the minutes. It's a true reflection of the meeting.
Okay, Honorable Fassi have moved the minutes of last week. Any seconder to that?
Yeah, I will second it.
Honorable Bhapti seconds the adoption of the minutes. Is there anything, Secretary?
Yeah, just to indicate, Chair, so our next meeting is on Wednesday, the 11th, where we'll be updated by the NTCSA Chair on the National Transmission Development Plan. Thanks, Chair.
And it is virtual. Secretary, can you clarify this thing of virtual and physical?
Yeah, no, I still need to confirm with you, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Chair, can I suggest we make it virtual?
It's said that we are still going to look at it and we'll inform you.
Yeah.
But
but
I
also-
understand. I understand what you mean,
I think it
because
makes sense.
some of other honorables are not in the city.
In Cape Town.
Yes,
Yes.
because of
we're
the-
not allowed, all of us. There is they call it a scaled number of 17. So we don't really have to get into a bus in the morning and be with you there, Chair. We may just have to handle the
because
business
at
where
the
we
end,
are.
yeah, don't elaborate. We all understand and know that. That's why this one today was virtual too, because we knew that not everybody is in the parliament. Thank you very much for that. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Taking you and my son stay, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bhakti. Thank you, Trey.
Recording stopped.
Let me just make sure everybody's out there.